Welcome one and welcome all right back to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Rude Dude, and we have a slate of bangers tonight. Some matchups that we no doubt will not see until deep into the playoffs, deep into that race for the 4 world slots here in the LPL, and it should be a fun one.
Absolutely, right. We've got Weibo, a team who are challenging for that top 4, and then we've got 3 other teams tonight who are all primed, prepped, and poised to be in that top 4 conversation already. AL looking to continue their winning streak, continuing to return to their form, and Weibo looking to upset them much like they did much earlier in the season.
Yeah, I mean, pandas like to sleep, all right? We're just waking it up now. We're just waking it up. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings here that we have. A little bit of a breakdown of what we've seen so far. Again, we are getting pretty far into the second round robin here. If you look at Top Esports, right, they have 3 series after tonight's series for them to play left. But things starting to shake out a little bit. The last run for that top 4 in Group Ascend to stay away from the playoff play-in here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little gap now between the top 2 with IG making a bid to try and close that, in fairness, over the last couple of series that they've played. But for Weibo, JDG and AL, those are the teams that are really looking to fight their way into that top 4. This series incredibly important, as you can see, because if AL win this series, they create the buffer between Weibo, who I think have looked like maybe the second best team, and with JDG playing Weibo with a double header in the back half of the season to end out both of their splits. AL need to give themselves a good margin and hope that those 2 teams kind of trade wins against each other.
And you see NIP and EDG both locking in that playoff play-in there in Group Nirvana. That'll be fun to see how that all pans out. Crazy that NIP are kind of taking the lead right now there. But we'll go ahead and take a look at this series as a whole, because it should absolutely deliver. Again, you have an AL that seemingly is waking up. The Panda has found its weapon. A 4-win streak is not too shabby, and it's all about when you peak in this final split of the season. But Weibo, on the other hand, they've got to fight tooth and nail for what they believe in. They got to fight tooth and nail to try to rise to that 4th slot, because they are right there with AL. And as we take a look at this Weibo roster, I think you wonder what's going wrong. There's so much experience. There's so much talent on this roster. Why can't they find consistency? And that might go back to some of the org lack of consistency we've seen over the last 4 years for Weibo Gaming, but we have to focus on the players themselves.
The consistently inconsistent, as we have Breathe, TN, Xiaohu, Light, and Crisp, the top to bottom roster for Weibo Gaming. They've had, honestly, always had different individual players having highlight moments. I think that we've seen a Crisp Bard performance that's been really impressive. We've seen Light carry on AD carries. We've seen Xiaohu pop off in multiple series. Breathe, again, the same thing. Tien controlling the jungle. But in series where they falter, it's because those 5 players don't always come together. It's a mismatch almost, where the teams aren't quite, where the team rather isn't quite able to find that success as a 5-man unit. Normally 1, maybe only 2 people are actually functioning as they should be, and then we have Xiaohu getting picked on a side lane, Tien losing late game where he gets caught out, or Chris being in a position where he shouldn't be, and those can be some of those issues. And I mean, I did want to talk a little bit about Tien in particular, because I think that this has been one of the sort of unsung stories for Weibo, at least, is that Tien, unfortunately, as much as he can control an early game, and as much as sometimes he can take a game by the scruff of the neck, there are several instances where he is just overextended, where he is just caught out, where he is just thinking, actually, I can get away with something that I fundamentally cannot. And it does cost his team situations. It does cost his team games. I remember in Split 2 playoffs as well, there was an instance where he's playing as Xin and he just gets caught out 40 minutes in, going for a crab on the top side that he has no reason to be going for.
Yeah, and I think you can. I unfortunately, Amazon didn't deliver my shield in time to try to shield our goat junglers from your attacks. But no, I do agree in that way. Yeah, there's more. But there's a lot of inconsistency, and I think when we look back to the greatest kind of, as people would call it, choking moments of Tien and his biggest moments where he wasn't able to find success, I think there does come a lot of question marks in that decision making in the later parts of the game. But this guy still, when he is on his form, can be one of the most ruthless, aggressive, invasive junglers that we have in our league, and there's a reason why he's a world champion. And I think we need to see that light come back online for him, find maybe not the player, but inside of himself, and try to find that consistency in the later parts of the games.
Yeah, absolutely. Like again, I don't want to be the proponent of large scale hate that goes on, but this has been a a thread for Weibo that has followed them not just through Split 1 but or Split 2 and Split 3. You know, there are a couple of series in Split 2 that I had to go back and pull from just to sort of show that this isn't a new thing that's been developed. This is an unfortunately rather consistent issue.
Well, on the other side, there was a consistent issue for AL for a majority of this split, but they have seemingly turned on the gas, I guess, as they now find themselves on that 4-win streak. And if we take a look at this roster, I think there's rightfully a lot of respect that goes their way after winning their first championship as an organization here in split number 2. They had a little bit of an international hangover coming into this split number 3, but they have found their mark so far.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is for AL is that they'll likely finish top 4, and that's really the only part that matters in terms of seeding for playoffs. Obviously, you know, in the top 4, it depends. You don't get to choose your opponents going into the playoffs if you are in the lower end of that top 4, really. So maybe they would have liked to have finished a little bit higher, and the likelihood is that our second series is going to determine who ends up taking those top 2 spots and how they end up orienting themselves. But for AL, they should be quite happy with the situation that they find themselves in. Realistically, they're looking for another title. It doesn't matter who they have to play against. They should just be looking to be able to beat everybody in a best of 5. And in those playoffs, so long as they get there, they've got a little bit of an upper bracket berth as well. I expect they'll be quite happy.
And we got to see some vintage Kyle performances across the last couple of series. I think Tarzan has found his head again. I think there were some big question marks his way because he had been kind of that leader, that kind of flagship for the team in a lot of the situations that they found themselves in split number 2. So, you know, it feels like we're starting to get back to the AL that we expected coming into split number 3. And again, it only matters when you come online, and if you come online at the right time when it matters most, that's all that really counts. We take a look at that jungle matchup here. As we talked about them enough, let's go ahead and get to the brass tacks of it. It is Tien versus Tarzan. It's a tale of as old as time in the LPL, it feels like, but one that I am always super excited to see go against each other because they both love control.
Yeah, and I think that this is one of those crucial matchups for the junglers specifically as well. We sort of glossed on this earlier on, but last time these two teams played against each other, Weibo did come out on top of this, and Tien honestly had a large portion of the reason to do with that. It was coming from an early game control standpoint where he's able to just slowly make sure that the rest of his team are in a very good position to take over the game and actually give agency to the carries of his squad, making sure that they're in a great spot. I mean, you can take a look at some of the stats. They might not ring true for how powerful Tien can be and how powerful he was in their last series. But again, we need to keep our eyes on these junglers for good or for bad.
All I'm saying, that 2% difference in the damage done percentage. Hey, it leans Tarzan's way for a reason. No, but I mean, both these guys, they do have very similar champ pools, and I think the way they approach the jungle can be similar in a lot of ways. I will say, you know, in some situations, you know, I like Tarzan's Poppy more than I like Tien's. There's a couple things like that go down, but I do expect jungle prio to be extremely important tonight between these teams, and I think it was as well the last time we saw these teams meet, where Weibo actually took down AL off the back of that hangover that you talked about for Anyone's Legend.
Yeah, so things like pushing lanes, drafting some winning setups are going to be really important for Anyone's Legend and for Weibo. Both of these squads need to be looking for getting those pushing lanes. Can we support Tien? Can we support Tarzan on their journey really into the mid game, in through this early game? The sort of secondary point to that we kind of want to touch on, I feel like, is that support role almost, where we've got Crisp and Kyle. I mean, two of our supports that have very frequently been top of their game, right? Kyle coming into 2025 as maybe leading as a premier support that we have in the league at the minute, but Crisp, a player who's so frequently been topping those support charts and so frequently been such a crucial player for whatever team it is that he's on. It's important again to track those two supports, see how they can link up with our star matchups today in the jungle, and see what sort of priority they can give to their jungler to extend an advantage.
Yeah. That impact on the map is the most crucial part. I mean, if we just look at recency from Kyle, and obviously you talked so much about his kind of come up this year, but I truly believe he has been the best support in the league consistently, at least. And we see things like his Bard just absolutely destroying games And you think of that impact, you think of players like Carrier, right? I mean, on that next level and trying to strive to be that impactful as a support. And I think that's something that Kyle definitely brings to the table. But, you know, Crisp, he's back in the fold at Weibo. He's back with TN from all those years ago on FPX. He's trying to mold something for himself. And I think we've seen a better consistency from Chris as of late and trying to have that link up in the jungle, trying to have that impact early into the game.
And that's really the part of the game where I think the AL are actually quite monstrous. The reason they were so strong in Split 2 was because Tarzan and Kyle would just group up, they would walk into your jungle, they would find fights really anywhere, and they'd call everybody to go for those fights as well. AL were never afraid of taking a skirmish, and it sort of caught teams a little bit off guard. Normally, it's just how willing and ready to respond the three carries were when the two supporting acts went on a wander and found something that they wanted.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be important tonight. I do wonder what kind of priority we get in that draft setup. I know we talked a little bit about the jungle setup here, but I think we've seen, you know, if there are powerful B1s, they immediately go to solo lanes a lot of the time. Do you have any ideas of how kind of AL can transfer some of the power they've had so far in these last couple weeks into this win into Weibo, at least in game number 1?
I mean, I honestly, coming into this, I have AL 2-0ing as my prediction. I don't actually think that Weibo are too big of a challenge for anyone's legend.
The hangover's over. They got the eggs, they got the bacon, they're all good.
I'm all in, right? Like, I'm ready for AL to become a ascended team in the LPL. Let's see a 10-4 finish. Let's see just 5 straight wins for them to close out the season, and let's have like a real conversation about how strong this team can be moving into playoffs. I think that Weibo, unfortunately, not all of the pieces are coming together at the right time, and unfortunately in this series I do expect that they will be outclassed in certain matchups. I actually think that as much as I've been praising Xiaohu, Shanks has been playing incredibly well also. Yeah. As much as Light has been rather consistent, Hope has been the only member of AL who was consistently on fire, and when we look across the board, I don't know that the potential Breathe advantage is going to be enough to completely offset anything else that happens from AL. And I think that for me, them coming into it with just a little bit of a run of form, and Weibo having been only able really to take series off of struggling ALs or weak teams, just doesn't inspire confidence in me.
Yeah, for the last AL series, had our graphics creator Izzy make a graphic, GOAT by the way, of Super Saiyan Hope and Super Saiyan Gala. I don't know, like, it was like something about before, you know, split number 2 being that Super Saiyan Hope, but I mean, he lit it up last series, and I expect him to do so again. I mean, like you say, he's just consistently on fire, and it's really Weibo who are trying to find ways to put that out, and it's going to need to come early, it's going to need to come often, and we're getting onto the stage here now. AL versus Weibo should be a banger. Again, these are teams that are right next to each other, but in very different forms, it feels like. We've already talked so much about it, but the fact that AL are on a 4-win streak after seemingly shaking off that hangover, it feels really good to see that from a team that did end up winning last split and definitely looked like they had that hangover to start off this split number 3. But this Weibo team is just looking for any sort of success. And you look at the back history, or I guess the backlog of history for this Weibo team, it hasn't always looked pretty, right? But they've seemingly always found themselves in the conversation. You look just a couple years ago being in the finals, right? You look at multiple runs across that international. You look at multiple runs across worlds, even in the LPL playoffs as well. And even looking back to last summer, that crazy run they had to lose 6 games in a row going into their regional qualifiers and somehow still making it to Worlds. It's actually just insane, that the grit that this team has shown, and I want to see if they have anything today against AL.
Yeah, and I think that's really what you're looking to. I'd say a little bit later on in the season. You know, I think that, yes, it's good to have that grit and determination now, but it's always when the chips are down, when they need to come up clutch, when it's the final opportunity. They always seem to be buzzer beaters, right? Like, yeah. I need to win this series, so I will win it. Whereas this series, technically, it's not the end of 2025 if they lose this series. It's not even the end of 2025 if they lose the rest of their series. It's when they get to the play-ins or potentially into the playoffs where that could be something to consider. And for Weibo, if they can rally behind some of that earlier on, that's when we start to consider them, you know, not just Worlds contenders, but like genuine people.
I don't want to see them sleep at the wheel.
Yeah, exactly. A team that can do really well internationally. And I think even the expectation when they made that finals run was that, okay, well, they might be able to scrape out of groups, but as soon as, or out of Swiss, but as soon as we get to any form of best of 5, they're just going to get swept, and time again, they offset that expectation just barely. And I think that if they did that more and they did that frequently, you know, we'd be looking at them and saying, what's happening to Weibo? Why aren't they doing so well? But for me, this is unfortunately just the sad truth of this organization.
This is par
for a
for the
regular
course,
season.
man.
Yeah,
It's literally par for the course if you're a Weibo Gaming fan. For better or for worse, you got to love your team, as we get a couple of crowd shots there. Not all full seats, but getting there, getting close. People getting snacks and stuff. They got to get ready for the Gyos later on. But we'll be getting into game number 1 now, and I want to refocus us on the draft. I talked earlier, and we're going to refocus on that. The prio and draft for the jungle. We already see some focus there with the Pantheon band. I think rightfully so. We get the Trundle band there as well. Comforts for both. We get the Azir band targeting towards Shanks, and then that Varus band for that early utility and strength in bot lane.
Yeah, so Yunara still one of those bands that we might look to consider. Want to keep our eyes out for, there we go, the Aurora as well. That's something that's been taken off the board. So Yunara still available. A lot of mid laners, so Orianna, Talia, something that we do see frequently sort of touched on, maybe in the early stages of the draft, maybe in the early stages of the game as well. We'll see what it is, because we've seen Yunara given over and then given Kai'Sa as a response, but to some different levels of success.
I'm curious here. I still feel like so many options. Okay, the Yunara is going to be the ban. I was wondering if we maybe get a little bit more jungle focus against TN, but you still leave up so many solo lane options for both sides on the table, as well as the jungle options on there, as the Gwen comes in first pick for Breathe.
Yeah, and that's a really big takeaway, not just from Flandre, but in terms of the power that this champion has. So frequently we talk about how strong these Game 1 B1s can be, and the Gwen actually a very powerful pick to be taking for yourself. It's just such a strong team fighter. I don't need to go into the power that Gwen has. We've all seen it so frequently through this split that this champ just goes crazy. Flandre able to respond with a Rumble, and now you'd like to think that if they want the Talia, if they want their jungle pick as well, this is where I'll have to make that decision. And I think that taking a mid laner here is probably the big deal. Is probably getting that Talia on the board as soon as. Seems to be what I would have gone for. Instead, they take the Wukong, and this then gives over the Xin Zhao Talia duo if Weibo want it, and I know that Tien frequently has defaulted back to that pick.
This has been a classic for AL Red sides, though. They really like that Rumble in game number 1 for Flandre. They love setting up around it as well. They're going to get that Wukong on the side of it, a little bit more, I guess, skirmish power for Tarzan. But there, you get the double lock into the bot lane potentially here with the Kai'Sa Nico.
Well, guess what we're doing here, Marcel, in game number 1 as Weibo? We are diving. We are going in, and there are no concerns about their ability to be able to do that. It now opens up for Weibo. What do they want for AL? How are they going to answer this? Can they start drafting some disengage? Can they start drafting something that will stop them in their tracks? They opt into the Annie here. I think they could have gone for a Silas as well if they wanted something that was really, really defensive and, you know, had a good job at keeping the team safe. But, you know, they've got some good team fight power themselves, AL here, and they're going to need to try and match that bot lane in the second phase.
Shanks has also had a pretty lethal Annie here as of late. Some of the decisiveness in those big combos feels really good. In the second phase, though, we already get that Galio ban, so really trying to take away some of that mid matchup. Look at Xiao smiling his way away, but he knows that he's the next focus coming into this one, as Rakan is banned by Weibo.
And then Victor should get banned here by L. Is it just a great matchup for the Victor, but it's probably one of Xiaohu's best played champions so far. We obviously still have Talia open if they want to try and take that off the board as well. Orianna, another pick that, again, can be picked into this as a Weibo player here with Xiaohu. You know, you've got a really good synergy with the Pop Blossom and the Shockwave. Pop them both on top of the Nico and expect to see great things happen. So I don't think that Xiaohu is starved of picks to take here, but just getting away some of those premier answers here as AL.
Yeah, I actually appreciate that. You know, give some respect over to Xiaohu, deservedly so. Although I would say, you know, his combinations with Tien have not nearly borne the fruit that it had at some point in the past. But this last focus here will end up being the Rel, so they are heavily focusing on Kael and some of the premier picks he brings to the table.
So Hope has got a lot of picks still to go for here. Corki's open. We've still got Lucian if he wants that. Sivir as well. Jin, another pick that we've seen frequently defaulted back to. But for the support role, I think that Kael definitely in a little bit of a pinch with the Rakan and Rel taken off the board. Taking Alistair versus Nico can be quite tricky because you go in and then immediately get CC'd. Yes, you can trade your ulti for that, but not necessarily the easiest position for Kyle to find himself in. They could look to go for a more disengage option, but I do think that the Braum gets bullied by the Nico, and that makes that laning phase really, really tricky, especially when you've got this Corki into Kai'Sa matchup that's really winning down on the bot side in terms of the AD carries. So I'd like to see them go for something that will help them in that bot lane in the support role as well. Try to be a bit aggressive.
And I'm always a fan of giving Kyle a counter pick here once he sees the entire draft, kind of giving him an angle, because we said how important both the supports impacts will be on the map itself. It will be the Skarner with the Orianna as the final lock-ins for Weibo, so they're really opting into that mid-jungle combo now.
I actually really like the Skarner takeaway here, or Skarner pickup for TN. Normally we'd see something a bit more AD focused, but I look at the composition from AL and I'm looking at their consistent DPS. Sort of thinking, you know, AL, they've not got that insane DPS. They've got really good burst and really good setup for the first sort of 2-3 seconds of a team fight. But if they can't kill TN in that, that's going to be a real cause for concern, and in a situation where Weibo probably want to start running through these fights. Obviously, if AL are able to find an advantage, they can snowball that lead, they can probably burst anybody who's there. And with this Kyle board that gets locked in, expectation is that they'll be able to try and find some semblance of power through this early game.
Their pick potential is actually pretty insane here. I mean, they do have some team fighting aspects to their comp, but if you want team fighting, it's like the bread and butter right now for Weibo. They just want to group as 5 and take a fight once they have items, once they have that scaling going online for them. And Gwen will always be a power in the side lane, but I love that Weibo kind of gave themselves a low bar of execution here.
Yeah, and I think that as well, looking at what, you know, Weibo have drafted, just the synergy between these champions is insane. If you land an Impale, then that just sets up for every other ultimate to come through. Even a 2-man, they can land 3, absolutely great, but it's just so easy, it feels like, for this Weibo composition, 2-5 versus 5. And it looks like AL are going to have to do some, I'll say, really large amounts of gymnastics to try and evade that.
We'll see if they've gotten warmed up already for game number 1. And we are getting warmed up for this one. I gotta see the impact Kyle has on this Bard. There's a reason they give him 5th pick. And there's a reason why he goes for the Bard. It's a comfort for him, but he's got a lot of things to stop in this comp, in these fights. And I'm really, really curious at kind of how this jungle matchup goes that we focus so early on, because it is a little bit more of that mechanical ceiling there for Tarzan. It seems like AL have drafted a comp that says, you know, we feel better in the moment. We're using some of this 4-win streak momentum to try to crash into Weibo, and I want to see if they can keep it to the T, to keep it to a 5-win streak here tonight. See if they can handle this Weibo team, who did take them down the last time we saw them face. Jayo's roar as we get into the first game of the night. Weibo versus AL.
You know what? A quick in and out. The fans
easy.
were not wasting any time. Second we load onto the Rift, they are immediately there and ready. Our AI bot at the bottom, favouring AL as we get later and later into this game, giving Weibo a 50-50 chance through the early stages of this. I, again, do think that in these team fights, looking very heavily for how well we can see the Skarner Impale be used, and I think that sets up really nicely for the story that we wanted earlier on, Mazel. In that it is those junglers that we want to keep our eyes on, and both of them today have got really important jobs, and in this game number 1, that is the exact same.
It is indeed. I'm very curious where they're looking to path early. I mean, obviously you have the opposite side starts now, but the thing about both these junglers is they love to go with a little bit of weird paths sometimes. So sometimes they'll go for one camp, circle around. Oh my god, the double binding there. Kyle strutted his stuff already.
Yeah, I mean, Weibo, that's a misplay, unfortunately. As much as we can call out Kyle for being really good at making sure that that binding lands, it's Bard. Never walk on top of each other. Just rule number 1, right?
Rule number 1.
That's a really easy
thing.
thing.
They're doing it again. They're doing it. Okay. They're fine. They're fine.
Hopefully that we can look to improve upon going through the rest of this game. Not just because Cosmic Bindings, but also the Tempered Fate.
Yeah, that's going to be the big ticket item there. But this Prio and bot side, we talked so much about what Prio will do for these teams, and especially these junglers. It's early, so this isn't going to pan out to too much, but you love to see AL trying to push their tempo there. Also in that corner, saw 200 games for Kyle in the LPL. One of the kind of, I feel like, biggest impacts from an import we've seen over such short time for a team that was struggling when they brought him in, but since then, it's been nothing but rainbows, it feels like.
Yeah, a really solid start out to his LPL career, and now 200 games in as well. It's you know, it's going quickly, but kudos to him for his ability to sort of take the mantle of the support role. And we were sort of saying, I think, at the beginning of the year, we're waiting for those next generations of LPL supports because it's frequently such a powerful role and has been in history. We look back at the likes of, you know, Mako, Crisp, even in that conversation, but they've not really been hitting the same way, and we're waiting for that new genre, those new generation of supports to come through. Feels like Kyle might be one of the first of a long line of supports that could be up to this test to try and carve their names in the history books.
All right, we're looking at the culmination of the jungle paths. We'll see if this first flyby ends up getting anything. Will be the scuttle trades immediately by Tien and Tarzan. The back gets initiated. Tarzan might have an angle to get something going bot lane. Looks like he might fish.
Looks like they're going for a dive onto Crisp here. They can pick up a very quick kill with the Nico having no summoning heal and no HP.
They have to do it fast. Tien is coming out of the base, and they already get the kill. First blood goes to AL. Nothing else. Oh my god, the delay tape of Light wants it. Oh, that might have been a little bit too much Light. He doesn't have any mana. Tarzan doesn't end up rounding the corner. Close, but no cigar. First blood for AL.
I don't like that from Light. He forces the Hope out of Flash, and I respect that Hope actually flashes right there, knows that he's got 4 stacks of Plasma, 1 more auto attack is going to take him down. So it's a really good flash out from Hope, and if Light had flashed forward, would have probably signed himself to death, and instead just decides, you know, I'll deal with the loss that I've taken in the fact that my support's gone down. And I do like the early dive there from AL. It's honestly really quick, really seamless to pick up. I think Hope tanking 1 turret shot just too many there does give over a little bit of an advantage back to Light. But they find the first kill. Wukong on the board pre-level 6 is always a big win. Yeah. And it's not necessarily the biggest deal here that they take down Crisp, but it's an extra bit of gold into the back pocket of the Wukong. That's a long sword instead of it just being the Sheen in the inventory for that second scrap.
And we already have the lane swap coming through from Weibo, so I do appreciate this, just kind of taking this preemptively here. The Dragon has spawned on one side. Breathe has now reassigned himself down to the bot side, but it definitely seems like Weibo is just going to give this early game a little bit of a cooldown and wait for that grub spawn.
I think that they're entitled to do that. I do think that we've looked at their early game and maybe their mid-game composition and looking at the power spike that they are going to accomplish. They probably want to do something, as Shanks, you know, good tippers down in the mid lane to try and get a little bit of control over Xiaohu, but doesn't have too much mana to try and follow up with. But this AL comp thrives in the mid-game to round back to the point. 2-item Corki, 2-item Annie, the 1-item Spike for the Wukong and the Rumble as well. Much past that, I do tend to favour Weibo, actually, as the game gets that little bit later, but we'll see another dive topside.
Flandra is going to get an Install's impact into the wall, and the CC is too much to handle. Tien gets the response to Tarzan's first blood.
Yeah, actually dings level 6 and isn't quite able to use that in a way that is effective. Can't use the equalizer to catch this wave, can't use the equalizer to really prevent a dive from happening. He does have teleport, so he's going to TP straight back up to this top side, and you can see, look who's still lurking and waiting in that brush.
Oh, Breathe? Breathe? He might be fine in a 1v2. He has level 6. Here comes the equalizer this time. Will it mean the same difference, the same outcome? Light! He's going to force the flash away. Flandra wants it. Flame Spitter to the back. Light trying to run away. Light can't run away from Flandra. He gets the 1 kill, but he's immediately going to die after. 2 Tien. Actually, it goes over to Crisp in the end. So the World Championship duo comes back together to get a kill on top side.
Breathe using the needlework down bot side. Still has R3 to slow up Tarzan and should be able to walk it out. Cyclone was available for Tarzan, but with no damage from Hope nearby, doesn't decide to commit to that. And it's a 1-for-1 on that top side. It's Flandra pulling up a dive or pulling out of a dive there really well. And I think maybe even getting a little bit aggressive, you know, flashing over, trying to take down Light. Could have just accepted that he was going to get away with it and be able to secure that wave. Instead, goes for even more on this top lane. And, you know, you can see he's TP'd in here. Not necessarily using that equalizer to its greatest extent in terms of focusing down Weibo. Instead uses it as a Victor laser to clear the wave, but then realizes he's done a lot of damage to Light in the interim and decides to go all the way for it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I appreciate that from Flandra. That's one of those moments you're just like, I got you, Light. What are you going to do about it? It's a top lane diff.
Yeah, that's
gonna feel good,
AD carry versus top lane moment.
Yeah, I mean, you can't do anything about it. Like, It's just unfair.
You could, I will argue, you could not take 400 damage from a tower shot.
No. Hey, that doesn't fit my narrative, all right, Rudy?
I see.
Let's calm down.
Ignore me. Forget I said anything, Rizal. Don't worry about it. But I think that those early kills and the early bits of gold that are going into Flandre's back pocket, like, let's look at how the gold leads have developed more so than anything, as the top lane and mid lane both with slight advantages for AL, and the same to be said actually for that bot side. The death for light means that he's not able to farm up that extra wave, and does mean that for the time being Hope just barely ahead in terms of gold, and maybe more importantly a little bit further ahead in experience as well. Means that he's going to have the opportunity to move into these grubs to secure those for AL, and then use that to actually give a good, again, neutral objective lead over to the Pandas.
Okay, well, they're going to go ahead and take that one. No contest from Weibo. Weibo really, truly are just okay playing to their comp strengths. Tien's going to move in for a little bit of a late contest, but realizes it's already gone. Turns right back around. Redeploy coming out from Weibo now as they reset that bottom side of the map. And I don't know. I feel like that might come back to hurt Weibo in the future, but we'll see what the payout ends up being there. But giving over 3 grubs just like that never feels too good, especially if the comp like this has such good picks and can kind of take tempo off the back of it. But I do want to check into the jungle setup here because it's been pretty quiet on the home front. I mean, both of them have gotten a kill, both of them have had an impact on the map, but it's not that kind of invasive style that we maybe expected coming into the day.
And I think that might come down to a little bit of, in terms of the champions that we've drafted, right? Skarner and Wukong, they don't have the early game damage and the early game power that we might have hoped for from these two junglers to be able to have that invasive gameplay that you've talked about. If we're at a Trundle, where it is in Zao, where at a Pantheon, yes, absolutely, then we'd be looking to them to make those plays. But really, for both of these junglers, you want level 6 before you're looking to make those massive moves on the map. And now that both of those has been hit, Xiaohu is forced to flash out of the mid lane.
That was close. Still got the hands.
He's now got no flash for the next 5 minutes.
Too. He's got the catalyst here.
He has, which means that he'll be just a little bit more durable in these team fights. It's going to take him a little bit longer to try to turn on, and I actually really like going for, this is going to sound really weird, but Rod of Ages versus Annie. Annie is a champion that so frequently sacrifices experience, sacrifices CS to be able to be a part of team fights and to be able to instigate things around the map. So actually taking Rod of Ages can kind of accelerate how much further ahead of this champion that you can get. You know, you do typically make it a little bit of an experience lead over an Annie. If you get a Rod of Ages as well, you can A, survive all of her burst, and then B, you can start to propel yourself even further ahead of the curve.
Oh man, I do. Does this first item spike really change much in regard of what AL can do to press this kind of tempo? Because I feel like, I mean, we're still on the verge of it, but it definitely feels like the double Trinity force here for Tarzan and Hope, and so it is going to take a little bit longer to get to that spike. We do have another dragon coming up, and they would love to keep getting that stacked up, but do they have the pressure to be able to do so as an all-in comes in onto Shanks, or from Shank?
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely do. I think that the power of this composition is this early game. As long as they get every neutral objective through the early stages, then it might not seem like they're generating advantages, but it's those intangibles. It's those things that you can't see in a gold graph that they are picking up, right? I think that they've done so far so good. They got the first Drake, they got all 3 grubs. They have pushing lanes in bot lane and in mid lane. Not really had too much of an opportunity to look at the Flandre Breathe matchup, but I think that the exhaust for Breathe is a bit of a threat that Flandre needs to be cognizant of. And you can see second Drake spawned, AL there on an immediate spawn, and it looks like Tien is looking to make a play on the top side, but Flandre sat here under this turret. Once again, no equalizer this time, has got flash.
He does. Flandre's like, man, why you gotta come back over here? He steps through the Istall's impact. The turret's starting to chunk, but it's not going to be nearly enough. Flandre tries to get away, does end up flashing, has the speed from the phase rush and his W. He's able to get out of there. He might be ran down here, though, as Crisp is trying to look for him on the back end, but the TP comes through and he's out of there.
All right, so he survives on this top side. He burns double summoner spells for it, and I think realistically that ward, if it had gone down just a little bit earlier, he would have known and could have maybe tried to back out to safety. But he spent so much of the time on that top side distracting Weibo. AL aren't just getting a dragon for this, they're getting a ton of gold on these turrets as well. Remember, this is a fully completed Trinity Force for the Wukong, so actually those Sheen procs are going crazy with the crushing blows as well. It's not even close, and those 3 grubs stack stacking up also means that they secure not just the second dragon of the game, but also that first structure, contributing now to those feats of warfare.
Yeah, it seems like the 3 grubs came back to bite them. I don't know about you, Rude.
It does look that way.
It seems like the instant gratification is truly the benefit of our generation here in the LPL. Really good macro plays from AL. The lead is obviously dead even between the two, but just knowing the situation, the way they want to play, I still do like that Weibo have been very reserved. They will be hitting first items for majority members. That Rod of Ages there for Xiaohu, so he'll start stacking up. And they truly drafted a comp that they know spikes in that mid to late game, looks for those big team fights, and they said, we're going to go PvE until then. I mean, they've tried to get some ganks up top side, but it hasn't really paid off for them all that well. But they really are just kind of letting AL play their game and knowing that they have a long-term goal in mind. And I don't know if I like it.
It really is putting the onus on anyone's legend. It's making them go out and win the game before Weibo just win it by proxy.
Yeah.
Right? If we get to 30 minutes and the gold lead is still 200 gold, we're feeling pretty good about Weibo. If we get to that position and AL have actually, you know, taken an Atacon, they've taken a Soul, then we start to think actually AL have done a pretty good job, and maybe Weibo could have done a little bit more a little bit earlier to try to have prevented that from happening. It's a question of, once again, looking at these supporting members of the team. I think Kyle with a lot more agency to set up picks than Crisp. The Tempered Fate obviously just a lot longer range, does make it that bit easier. But what you'll notice as well is as soon as that turret fell down on the bot side, I like that Weibo swapped out the Orianna. A laner with no flash in a long lane like that, with a Bard on the enemy team, is going to feel very, very scared. Instead, they swap her up to the top side, give her that safety of a tier 1 turret, and make sure that she's not really under threat until that flash comes back up.
And I know we called like shot calling, kind of direction making by Tarzan and Tien, but at this point in the game with the picks we have from both our supports, it feels like they're the ones that are playing chess right now. Like Crisp and Kyle have so much power to get things going for both of their teams. The impact can be felt by both these picks.
And we'd like to see them actually have that, as we're seeing a lot of grouping up towards this mid lane now, that top side and bot side largely being left alone. Kyle able to portal out over the wall, but nobody's farming this top wave. We're seeing Shanks get a little bit of a push down on the bot side. Rift Herald spawned 15 seconds ago, and that's what these teams are looking for. Weibo decided that they're done giving up these objectives, and you know, Shanks has got teleport, so he can join this.
Yeah, I'm a little worried if Weibo pulled the trigger a little early here, but they are just going to get this burned down. Xiaohu's going to get hit by the Tempered Fate. Big Crisp pop Blossom on a 2. The flash play comes through. They get the double Tango Barb as well, and Pre is doing work with this needle work here. The Impale only hits on a 1. Is it enough? The Shockwave comes through on a 2 members, but Tarzan is still chunking people, and Light's getting low. Equalizer goes a little bit wide.
Forward.
Flashes forward, and Hope is looking to make the difference. That dog has its day, and it's not Weibo's any longer. Hope gets a couple kills there. Tien's now getting a little bit low. They go for him on the back end of it. Tien goes down. AL completely, cleanly, almost ace Weibo. And it looks like that might just be the case here. Crisp is going for some Alco Gaming, but Hope has his number, and Flandra is going to try to help him get this one. The Yordle crew has come for you, Crisp, as an ace comes through for AL.
Yeah, a complete travesty on the top side for Weibo. I really liked the start out to all of this, but AL didn't let them go without that fight. It's a fight for nothing in the top side, and now AL with that massive advantage. Crisp zones AL really well here. I like the early Valk from Hope, anticipating Crisp's flash, but then Weibo opt into this fight. This isn't where their composition thrives. It still isn't a good point, and importantly as well, those big ticket ultis don't really fully sync up. We don't get to see Light diving onto a high priority target in the backline. Shockwave only hits 2, Impale only hits 1, and the Needlework, as much as it does zone out some people, it's not the important targets. A lot of the damage that Breathe did was onto Kyle, which doesn't really matter.
Oh man, and just some little miscommunications there. Like Tien didn't get Shanks hit by the Shockwave because he pulled him out of it as it went off. Just little things going awry. Weibo's first strike at trying to take down AL in a team fight did not work for them, but their comp still thrives in those situations. See if they can use that at all here to stop this dragon stacking, as TP coming in from AL to try to fight this one.
Yeah, Tempered Fate available for Kyle, and Weibo the one starting up this objective. You'd like to think that AL want to get in here to stop this. W used early by Breathe.
Shanks has a flank. They're looking for the Tempered Fate. If they all group up in that corner, they're going to get Tempered Fated. As they do end up doing that, the Impale comes through. Pop Blossom comes on to 3. Doesn't do much, and Crisp just gets melted. The flames that be, the flames that burn, and the flames that rise for anyone's legend comes through for a triple kill for Shanks.
No flash means that Light is going to get still chased down, and the Molten Shield gives him the movement speed. 4 kills for Shanks in that fight, and the Dragon gets picked up as well. This is AL just slowly but surely running away with this game. Weibo, they tried to take this fight just a little bit too early. This fight, it looked a little bit better. I will be honest, right? Like those circles, they joined up, they looked good. But once again, they didn't quite have enough in the tank to make the most of it. The Dragon goes the way of AL, they're now at Soul Point. And with a 4K gold lead, it's good news.
Good news for anyone's legend. Devastating for Weibo. As you think back to the last time these two teams met, Weibo did find the advantage, but here there is no advantage to be seen. We take a look at how this fight broke down.
Yeah, so Breathe using that Hallowed Mist early on means that there's a free opportunity for Tarzan to go for an engage. Tien gets a 3-man Impale, a 3-man Pot Blossom, but unfortunately they're just in the faces of an Annie who's able to absolutely rip them to shreds. It just didn't quite have the damage. We talked about this composition coming online as the game got later. We're unfortunately not at that stage. We look at the items from an Orianna, it's an unstacked Rod of Ages. At that stage in the game, Light didn't have the finished Ginsus, and even still, Kai'Sa not particularly the best AoE team fighter in those burst situations, and it did really make it quite difficult.
And Shanks didn't even have to hit the Tibbers at the very beginning to win that fight. That's all that really matters. It's about a 4,000 gold lead, a little bit less so now for anyone's legend, but it just feels like they have complete control of this fight pressure. And we have about 20 seconds till that Atacon spawn that's going to be on the top side of the map. AL could push the issue into Weibo, who are lacking that damage still. They still have the Rift Herald play available to them, though.
And I mean, that's like a very small saving grace. I don't even think that a charge is going to take down a turret. They're going to need to try and go for some off-the-wall plays, like something a little bit unhinged, or just try and keep themselves as safe as possible, right? Like, again, I do still think that this Weibo composition can do well late game if they get there. The issue is that at the minute, them getting there doesn't really seem all that likely. With how well AL are team fighting and how well they're able to push their advantage, I think, 3 minutes time, we're going to see that soul spawning, getting that soul nice and early, and even pushing themselves to an early Elder might even be really good.
I think he wanted that setup right there. Not going to end up getting it. The Rift Herald got played in the mid lane, so here comes the rebuttal from Weibo. Yeah, Tempered Fate just instantly gets used. Tien doesn't get much value out of that one. The Rift Herald not even going to get a charge up, and the mid lane turret stands at over 90% health here for anyone's legend.
Yeah, taking that down is going to be a real task for Weibo as they spot
they might have gotten
Shanks.
Shanks. Oh, Crisp desperately trying to get Shanks. Is it enough? He finally... No, he flashes. He does go down in the end. Flandre gets picked as well on anyone's legend. They've lost 2 key members, but Kyle trying to go for the kill on the Crisp anyways. That's just the support, though. Not going to be much value there, and anyone's legend caught looking a little bit there.
So 2 for 1, Tien did go down on the bottom side of that fight, and now this TP in, maybe a little bit overzealous, but it is Breathe who's there. He's got the W available, so he can actually keep himself safe under this turret. Whether the tier 1 falls, though, is that question. They've got the grubs to give them that backdoor bonus.
Oh, yeah, they're going to take him out. Breathe doesn't have any tools. That's a Shockwave goes wide from Xiaohu. Uncalculated and calculated by Hope. His demise is there. Dodging out Hope. What are these moves, man? You said he was always on fire. That man is burning up right now.
Yeah, barrier there because he thought the Void Seeker was going to connect. Didn't quite have the range, though, and Light not able to find that finishing touch on the fight. We do get to see some glimpses, though, of what it is that has made AL such a powerful force throughout the entire year. It's Hope on this time on the Corki, but really on any AD carry. Again, I talked about this in the top of the show. Even when AL was struggling, Hope was consistently providing a stable force in that bot lane. Now, an engage onto the Annie. This is a really good start of the fight for Weibo. They take down both solo laners without really any recompense. But then they just step a little bit too far forward. They get a bit too overzealous and think that they can go for, again, just that bit too much. The Void Grubs from earlier, once again, Mazel, you said it would cost them, and this is another instance where it happens to do exactly that. AL are able to take down the turret because of those Void Grubs. Not tanking it up means that they don't take anywhere near enough damage. And yeah, Hope takes 1 pop of the Q, but He's able to quite easily scout out the rest of it, dodges the tangle barbs as well. And it's just really good footwork.
Oh my god, man. This guy has given me so much more faith in it. Like, for so many years, there was always a question mark for Hope. But is he going to be that impactful? Ever since his JDG runs, I still remember one of the most impactful interviews after that run with JDG was him saying, I want to be known as a leader AD carry. I want to be known as a leader on any team I'm on. I want to know that I am the vocal majority there to try to be that shot calling. I don't know if that's the case for anyone's legend because we have heard that Tarzan takes a lot of that as well. But, man, if Hope's playing like this, I don't think there's anything that can stop him.
Yeah, and importantly, if he's playing like this, he doesn't need to be giving off good comms either. He just needs to play like a great AD carry, sit back and chill. We're looking at the game state right now. He's got 13 of 14 kill participation. He has not died. And it's constantly providing that damage output, constantly being the threat that his team needs him to be, and just making sure that there's never really any chance that Weibo can get into these fights. We say all of this, and I do want to highlight that Weibo were just able to take away the dragon there. It was AL looking to push a little bit of an advantage on the top side, taking the top turret, whether they were caught sleeping at the wheel a little bit, misprioritizing what they wanted, but that is 5 minutes bought for Weibo, and that's not nothing. I look at the gold lead, looking at a 5-14 kill score and how one-sided these fights have been, and the fact that it's only a 3k lead, it's not the worst situation for Weibo to be in, despite the fact, obviously, it's still very, very rough. And it's going to come back down to, again, Tien and Crisp. How well can this duo look at finding those fights? If Tien can find a monster in Pale, he'll set up for the rest of his team.
Yeah, it's not like Light is a slouch here. The Kaisa almost on 3 items now with the on-hit variety. It's going to sting. And now you have the Crypt Bloom completed for Xiaohu. So he truly is going off the deep end with this build, but going for that utility at least for himself. And we don't have another objective, at least for 20 seconds, for that Baron, but more importantly, that Dragon in about 3.5 minutes. Looks like we might get to crest over to 3 items for a couple members on the map here before that comes.
I mean, if you hit that stride, really, with the Rumble and the Wukong, I think those are the really big-ticket ones. Like, Corki hitting Collector's good, but he's at apex damage right now with that Trinity Force and the Mirror Mana. This is as good as it gets. For the Corki, the game doesn't necessarily get worse until the Kai'Sa starts catching up, so we need to wait for that to happen. But with a 2-level advantage in those AD carries as well, do you have to value the power that Hope is going to have in this game? 3 deaths for Light on the Kai'Sa means that he's very heavily behind the curve.
Okay, not going to be able to do much. Trying to catch
too many members of
Weibo
Weibo nearby.
Yeah. That's going to be a little tough. I do like that they're looking for it, but not able to find anything. That's what we said from the draft, right? AL, they are all about the pick potential. Yes, they have some team fighting, but they can catch you out in between with these tempered fates, with the Annie ults, things along those lines. It really puts a wrench into the works for Weibo. Weibo just won a group as 5 and meatball as much as possible. Timer counting down till that potential soul for anyone's legend on the Chemtech soul. A lot of bodies up towards this top side trying to get some preemptive vision around the Baron pit.
And that's a good look for AL. I mean, their Baron isn't the fastest necessarily. They've got Rumble with the Leandries, but I think that AL need to get this Baron sooner rather than later. Maybe they do it with the soul play that they're going to look for afterwards. That's not unrealistic to expect.
Trade it. I think
Weibo, honestly, they have the Kai'Sa. They have the fast-taking team. 3 items now for Light. This is spotted. Kael knows that this is going down, but the rest of AL not particularly in position.
It's going to come down to a 50-50. Kael looking for a Tempered Fate, potentially going for it. Buys time. Tarzan looking for the smite. Shanks coming around the corner. This could be it. AL coming in to weed out Weibo. Pop Blossom from Chris. The flash play. They instantly target Shanks, but the Baron, it goes to Tarzan. They left TS
Shanks is alive.
Himself.
Shanks is alive.
Kill Shanks. Weibo just absolutely fumbled the bag. This is a full play from AL. They completely chase everybody down. It does not look pretty. It does not look clean. AL decimate Weibo.
And what happened there, Mazel? Weibo caught in 2 minds. We need to peel off because it's a 50-50. We don't like 50-50. So everybody except Tien goes up to the top side to try to kill Shanks, who somehow lives against the might of the 3 members of Weibo that are all up there. Complete carnage ensues, and now AL, we said they need to take this Baron sooner rather than later. Weibo gift it to them on a silver platter.
The last two fights ended up in a clean ace for anyone's legend, and that little lead has now snowballed completely out of favor for Weibo. Somebody has to make a call there. That is a tough situation, and with all this experience, you gotta think something's going wrong.
So, I mean, I can see that Tien needs to stay in the pit, and I like this heads-up play, but he doesn't get in range of his smite. He's so close. He suppresses Tarzan so that Tarzan can't smite, but he moves himself out of smite range, so he can't actually get in range to smite it away and to at least save something of this play. Again, the fact that Light is staying to DPS here, he knows he's already dead, and we cut back to live. Tien's dead once again.
All right, well.
And now a teleport's coming in from Breathe.
We're just dominoes falling here. Flandra might be the domino that falls back. Tempered Fate hits on the Xiaohu. That extra little bit of give back in as Chris tries to hit a Pop Blossom. Doesn't hit anybody in the end. Tarzan finds backline access, and another ace comes through. 3 in a row. Anyone's legend are tired of Weibo being on the same rift of them. They lost the last time these two teams met, but they got the hangover cure. They got the eggs and bacon they needed. They are wakey eggs and bacon here. Anyone's legend destroy Weibo Gaming from top to bottom in game number 1 of this best of 3.
And I think we should let people sit with that. This wasn't close. There was a 15-minute window where we were looking at AL and saying, can you push the pace of this game? You know, you've got all the neutral objectives. You're doing the legwork through the early game, but those kills, we've not really seen them just yet. And then just like a flick of the switch, Weibo looked to contest one of the dragons down on bot side. AL decide, hold on, these are ours. This is our time for our comp to shine. And they just take it. They absolutely destroyed Weibo. Every single time that Weibo showed up to team fight, they were unprepared. They were not ready for the power that AL had, and they lost because of it.
I'll give it to Weibo. They died together 3 times in a row. They did. They all died. And honestly,
in terms of communication issues, that's not the problem this time.
The teamwork, baby. It feels tough to see it go that way because, again, maybe we're giving a little too much expectation setting for Weibo with the experience they have on the team, because they have struggled this split. But when you're in a top tier matchup like this, you want to rise to the occasion, right? Rise to that level, and it just felt like we were lacking that coordination across multiple different plays for Weibo, and that has been consistently a big problem for this team across this split and across this year. It feels like in a lot of cases, and for anyone's legend, I mean, keep it the same. Don't change anything. It looked real damn good, and Kyle's Bard comes in clutch yet again.
And I really like the fact that we got to see an early game snowball from AL, really. Like, this is a type of comp that forces you to do something, and the fact that they were able to actually get away with that, and the fact that they did it successfully inspires a little bit of confidence, right? This is a comp that if we'd have gone to 40 minutes and it had been neutral, we'd have been looking at Weibo thinking, all right, how are you going to sign on the dotted line for game number 1? But AL were able to push the pace of this game really well, and you know, Hope again, immaculate performance on the Corki, didn't put a foot wrong. Shanks as well, again on this Annie, somehow having a monster performance where he finds a triple kill around a dragon fight, where he's constantly looking at the right targets, making sure that he's picking up those correct allocations of stuns, and making sure that Weibo are sort of sat in the dirt without any chance to fight back.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at the history for anyone's legend, I mean, this is a comp they love to go for in game number 1. This is a comp we often see them get in game number 1. And I know for a lot of the split, we called them game 1 Andes a lot of the time. And I'm very curious to see how they evolve into that next game itself. But you see how one-sided this game was. 1 Rift Herald, 1 Dragon, 2 turrets, and yes, some kills, but not very many going the way of Weibo Gaming. And I got to give huge props to Hope. I got to know what his warm-up is. What is he doing? Is he bullet dodging? Like, is he doing the Matrix in real life? Because the guy out the gate in game number 1 was out-handsing everybody, it felt like.
Yeah, I just was really on top of it. And I mean, he's had a very solid Corki throughout the years, and I think that the fact that he's now happy that it's finding a little bit more purchase in the LPL, and that it's actually increasing in priority quite significantly down on the bot side, it seems like one of his really comfortable picks. And I think that as we look through these highlights, I want to highlight for Weibo that this time, it wasn't people getting caught out on side lanes. It wasn't people making rash decisions that gets them caught out. It's a team-wide misunderstanding of what it is that they can accomplish. And, multiple instances here, there are just fights that AL should not be forced into taking, right? Like, they should just win it quite easily. And, I'd like to think that Weibo can also recognize that in the future, that they don't actually need to have a early game call, or they don't have to fight with this late game style if they don't want to.
They knew half the plan, and it was to do nothing in the early game. Unfortunately, the second part of the plan got lost in translation, and they weren't able to put it together. There were some really, you could see why this comp was drafted together. There's some really flashy moments, even if nothing happens. It looks really damn cool. But yeah, it just unfortunately doesn't end well for them. And the fact that Shanks got a quadra kill off this fight as well. AL were absolutely thorough, and I still, every time I see the Nico play, every time I see that combo, and especially that Chris played it like 4 times this time around, I'm just wondering how much longer the Flash Pop Blossom play is going to be there.
Yeah, it's again, it's looking like Weibo had better ideas this time round.
Oh, this one hurts.
And I need to see. So Zhonya's goes down, right? But then I guess he just flashes phase rush as well, most likely. Stuns light, yeah, flash phase rush. He's able to actually get out of the way.
Because Xiaohu has no damage. Xiaohu has literally no damage.
That's true.
Like, oh gosh, that sucks. Sucks for Weibo, but we'll see if they can bounce back in game number 2. Because I think, one thing I do expect these teams, as I said at the beginning of the day, I expect a 6-game banger on the day. So, we'll see if Weibo can bounce back. I expect them to be back on blue side. Still a lot of big picks left on the table. I do wonder what happens to that AD pool. But comparatively, I guess if we're looking at the AD pool, I do got to say Hope definitely had the better end of things versus Light in this game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, on the Kai'Sa, you'd like to think that there's better setup to help him go diving. Kai'Sa front to backing isn't always what you want. Yes, she's got not awful damage versus tanks and versus frontline, but what you really want is to just one-shot the enemy ADC. And in a situation where Corki's Valkyrieing onto you and you're not able to take that 1v1, that kind of shows you the state of the game and the struggle with which really that Light had that entire time.
All right, I want to see the Hope MVP here for his Corki. Will be rising to the kind of tied 3rd, 4th most played champions for him this split. But this AL, man, it really feels like they're back. Like, I know we've hesitated for like probably 2 weeks now to say AL's back, baby. But I really do. Oh, it's Kyle. Okay.
I'm not against that.
They didn't see the moves that Hope was putting on people.
I'm not against this, like, in terms of how they were able to start off fights. Like, Kyle wasn't, 1-0-19, right? An incredible scoreline, 87% kill participation. Like, he did all of the right things, did everything right in this game, and maybe it was just that Hope did some things a little bit more or less right in this game that are why we're advocating for it.
I mean, hey, Kyle's Bard is always a pleasure. It always has impact. It always makes the game completely upended, I feel like, so many times. So congratulations to Kyle for earning that MVP in game number 1. AL do end up winning game 1 from red side. We'll see if Weibo can bounce back. I'm sure they're going to be on blue side. We'll see what kind of draft they want to approach with. But before we go to that break for game number 2, if you'd like to support LPL English, please consider subscribing to our coffee. Becoming a coffee member is the best way to support the LPL English unofficial project, since the vast majority of your contributions go straight to paying for the broadcast, as well as the volunteers that put this show on a daily basis as well. So please go check out our coffee subscription tiers. Go check out what feels right to you, and give anything you can to the LPL English product. As it's been a pleasure to be able to put this on for the year, and we're coming to the end here, getting closer and closer to those world spots for the LPL. So go check out that link in chat, and we will see you here for game number 2 after a short little break going through. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Rude Dude, and AL came out swinging in game number 1. Absolutely smashing Weibo in every sense of the word, it felt like. And we're going to need to see if Weibo can stop seeing stars and get some stars of their own.
Yeah, I'm looking in particular at the absence of TN almost, again, as maybe a leading factor for this, maybe the absence of Crisp as well, but Kyle got MVP for a reason. He was present, he was out on the map, he was making plays, and maybe this time round for Weibo, they can try and draft something with a little bit more agency, since that did seem to be where they were lacking. I think they had champions that could do things, but just the way that their composition sort of melded together and the way that AL had drafted their comp, it did mean that AL had a very clear route to victory. It was trying to get those early game leads, and they got those leads, but Weibo were throwing them right back and sort of saying, oh, you want an advantage here, please take it.
And I want to talk about AL a little bit more introspectively, because I do feel like one of the biggest reasons why they had such a successful run in split number 2 was I feel like their drafting had leveled up so much going into playoffs and in that run. At Worlds, I feel like we did see, or not Worlds rather, MSI, we did end up seeing a little bit of a drop off for them. But it feels like we're starting to get to that point where they just always have a good draft, it feels like. Do you have that same feeling?
I think there are certainly some games that we see a little bit of a Tabe masterclass in terms of giving some weird picks over that. You know, I think it drafts I think they've always got an identity. Whether or not that identity is easy to execute on is an entirely different question.
All right, well, we're getting into game number 2, see which identities the two teams want to don here. But it's all eyes on Weibo to make this series a series and get us to 3. They're back on the blue side. They're going to ban away that Shanks Azir again. They're also going to ban away a Game 2 classic for AL if it's open in the Scion. And it's going to be that Varus ban, the first and foremost for AL on the other side.
Yeah, so Pantheon, Yunara, usually the rest of our red side bans. With the Scion here, this does mean that something else is going to be left open for either one of these sides. Yunara taken away, so we may be seeing a bit of a pivot and more so focus towards those heavy early game junglers. And we'll see some of those get picked up. And I think that for TN, that is really his calling card, is that if he's got a Pantheon, if he's got a Zinzao, if he's got something like that, then I feel like he performs a lot better through that early to mid game and can actually take over.
The Trundle was also banned last time. See who wants to ban Trundle, who wants to ban Pantheon, which one of those is going to get through now that the Poppy is the ban. Again, AL love to play around with that Poppy. Tarzan is an absolute monster on it, but Kael also loves to play it too. See what the final focus is going to be for AL here, though. Okay, Pantheon, right? It has to be. You do not give Pantheon to TN.
We've been seeing Pantheon get let through, and looks like that's going to be the case once again. I mean, in the highlight package that I showed us earlier, TN did send it a couple of times on the Pantheon, but we may yet see him get his hands on this one. I like to think that this is what he gets. It probably gives Trundle over to Tarzan as well as that sort of response. And then if AL look for a potential mid lane pickup, they can go for the Ori, not the Ori, that's banned away, so Talia and Azir both off the board, but Weibo take away the Trundle themselves. They're giving Pantheon to Tarzan if he wants it.
That's crazy. That is crazy work. There's no way. I mean, I will give it to it. I think the Trundle does end up providing a lot of skirmishing power in that regard, but Tarzan destroys games on this pick, and he now has the Aurora there, a little bit of flexibility with that on AL's side. think AL are looking pretty confident in game number 2.
Yeah, and I mean, just looking at the power that the Pantheon has, I mean, late game, I think that he's one of the few junglers that at that 3-item marker still poses an actual genuine threat to backline. I think the Xin Zhao, you know, one of these picks that just creates space, doesn't really create as much damage necessarily or pose as much of a threat. So we'll see what it is that Weibo can answer this Pantheon with. Already locking in something versus the Aurora in the Victor for Zhao, who again, this is a pick that I think that he does so incredibly well on. Maybe one of his best picks for split number 3. And if they can get him to the late game, once again, this is looking good for Weibo, but it's about if they can get there or if Pantheon and the rest of AL are able to push that tempo really early on.
That's the question. That's always going to be the question in these kinds of situations. So Weibo, they definitely look like they're opting into that late game scaling. They're going to have the Trundle here for some skirmishing in the in-betweens, but they are going for more of that time bot in the game. And you mentioned it last game. I love to see AL testing out the waters of these early game compositions, right? Like it's something they have obviously opted into in the past, and we saw some of that in their run, especially at MSI, but they are going all pedal to the metal here, especially with the Renekton locked in into the Yorick.
We are seeing this Renekton rise as an answer to the Yorick, using your W to counter the Yorick W, as every strike, if it's base W for Renekton, counts as 2 auto attacks. If it's empowered, counts as 3. So you can very easily get your way out of that cage if you are caught in trouble. And now we're looking down at these bot sides. What identities have the teams drafted for themselves? Already AL have got, again, a very big 1-item turn on. They spike incredibly hard when those first items do get hit. For Weibo, we're looking at scaling. We've got the Victor for a reason. We've got the Yorick to try and keep that side lane in check. And now it's all about what Weibo can do to keep this game going long. Think Sivir. Look at how easy it is for her to try and clear out these compositions, and the extra mobility that she can provide is going to be really useful. Equally, as AL, you'd like to think that with the Sivir in their back pocket, they can push the pace of this game, get Renekton into positions, get Tarzan into positions as well, that are a lot more dangerous.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the big conversation there as we go forward. The at least ban towards this supporter pool will continue, as that Braum is going to be banned away. Do wonder if anything else kind of comes through here for Weibo's mind, or if they want to maybe take off one more AD carry in that matchup to see. But the bot lane's coming in last. AL is going to definitely keep that counter pick there for Kyle.
Lucian, one of the high priority picks, right, that we've already discussed a little bit, and I think that fits quite nicely with AL and their composition in terms of getting that ball rolling early on. And I mean, this has actually come to bear quite frequently as well, is that this AD counter pick, not necessarily to counter the bot lane, but to really see fleshed out what the rest of this composition from Weibo is going to do. But more importantly, I think that this just gives first dibs to Kyle in terms of those high priority support picks. With Braum and Renata taken off the board, we know that we're going to see some engage from AL, and it's just a question of which one of those he wanted to go for. He dings up the Alistair. I think it's maybe the best champion that we have in that support role for the engaging purposes, so no surprises that that one is taken for Kyle here.
I was hovering, or liking the hover over the Rel, but it is going to be the Alistar. Immediately locked in is going to be that Sivir, and I'm sure the Rel, kind of that next priority right there behind it, as the Sivir is going to be a great unlocking factor for Light. But again, we are getting a holistic kind of late game composition from Weibo.
Yeah, it's a comp that wants to go late. It's a comp that doesn't want to fight in these early stages. We're thinking 3 items Victor, 3 items Sivir, and then reliant very heavily on Breathe and Tien to be able to bridge them through this early game. Because at the minute, AL are thinking, okay, well, as soon as I have my first recall, I want to fight you. And if they give them that opportunity like they did in game number 1, Weibo are going to struggle. AL here with a different bit of a pick. I think that they could look for a Lucian, could look for something that, again, gives them an opportunity to play this early game out. But instead, they opt into the Senna, which is a little bit of a detraction from the rest of their composition. It does give them some hyper late game scaling if they really look to get there. But it will help out on their top side as well. So, you know, the Dawning Shadow has its power. I'm just not sold on it in its 2 versus 2 capability here. And
we are absolutely, I mean, Hope will still be strong. There's some carry potential there depending on where resources go, but we are definitely shifting our focus to this kind of top trio here between AL and figuring out how much of an advantage they can get early and often in this game number 2.
I mean, with Renekton at the back, with Pantheon on the shoulders as well, you have to think that any form of dive is going to be really easy to find, whether they can move the Renekton into the mid lane, whether they can just use Pantheon to dive top over and over and over again. Again, with an Alistar roam, we've seen Kael be very frequently mobile on the map. There's lots of tools open to this Anyone's Legend composition to try and push the pace of this game. Whether they can or can't do that, though, we'll have to wait and see. And I mean, they executed on it in game number 1. We don't have the reasons to expect that they can't. It's just whether that actually happens or not.
Yeah, and I think jungle is still going to be an important piece of the puzzle here in this game number 2, especially with the picks that they have. And I think Prio is going to be super important. Although I feel like there's going to be more support for Tarzan to start it off.
Definitely, definitely. I mean, the Alistar has the run of things through the matchup versus the Rel. The Aurora are going to get pushed. The Renekton you would expect to get pushed. I do think that, in fairness, Sivir heavily outpushes pretty much every AD carry, but definitely Senna. So that bot lane maybe is a little bit of a detraction. We might end up seeing a heavy play toward this top side by AL. And I do think that Senna Alistar, as a duo, actually really good at self-sustaining as well. With the passive heals from Alistar, with the Qs from Senna, they can actually play this war of attrition really well.
All right, well, game 2 kicking off now in our first series of the night. Weibo versus AL. Now they're awake. I wonder who these people are. If anybody knows who they are, at me on Twitter. Or tell somebody in the chat, and then maybe they'll tell us in Discord. What I really want to ask about, though, is this jungle matchup. Because I know we talked about the help they get, but just in the sheer one-on-one, I do feel like TN has some skirmishing potential. Oh, Breathe. I think you might have taken a couple steps too far forward. He's also using AL's power against them with the panda skin on the York. But does TN have an opportunity to be more of that style we like from TN, where he goes for invades, where he goes for kind of unique paths on this Trundle? Or is he just sitting back and waiting?
I hope they split the map for really both sides, because Weibo have got a really strong bot lane 2 versus 2, not so much the rest of the map, where AL have got a really strong top side with this Aurora that you'd like to think will be able to push in the Victor just before that laser upgrade comes through. And then that means you can allow TN access to this blue side quadrant that AL have, and hopefully that is a way for them to at least give TN some sort of leverage. But I'm kind of curious to see what happens with those junglers. Are we seeing a split? Are we going to see some vertical junglering and some sort of islanding of these two squads?
Still think it's crazy work to give Tarzan Pantheon on red side, but we'll see what that pays out to be, I guess, in the end. And see what this early game pans out for both these teams. Because I think if we look at the history for both teams, and I know you're very strongly worded about where you think Weibo sit in the tier of things right now. Weibo placed 7th last regular season, and you know they got in through the playoff play-in. They went the hard route, and they still made it through to the playoffs. AL obviously were sitting pretty. They placed 2nd in regular season. They won the split, so that feels really good. But this is a Weibo team that has been here before, and it's kind of what we foreshadowed to before the series even kicked off.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you do have to remember that this Weibo organization is one that thrives when they're down in the dirt and when things are a little bit scrappy, a little bit messy. So a loss here doesn't necessarily signify really anything about how good or bad their season may yet still be. We'll have to keep track on whether or not it's a possibility for them to make a tracking or a good run through that play-ins and playoffs, because the expectation is they're going to have to go through the play-ins at this stage. I want to take a quick check, though, quick pit stop at these early game moves on the map. Light 3-wave crashes, goes down to base, grabs a call, moves up to this top side alongside Tian.
Oh, Flandre just overplayed his hand here himself. He's going to get pillared. He waited. Tien perfectly do it, but he gets in the way of the slice and dice. He gave him the exit strategy, but luckily gets followed up on there. Tien does get first blood for Weibo.
And double flashes expended. Light and Tien both go for the flash play. And it's just Crisp catching this experience. Breathe will teleport down here, so it means that some of that XP is going to be collected, but there is a good amount that's being missed. I think the play was that Breathe would have recalled and caught the majority of that wave. Instead, not all of it. And now Light with no flash, level 2, Wolfing level 3. Going to be in the face of a Renekton and a Pantheon under that turret. Flandre just doing a quick trade here to try and force off Light.
Oh, Crisp is running, but he is not nearly going to be able to make it in time. This is such a tough position to be in by Light. He's going to try to tank as much as he can. He's going to try to get the wave as low as he can, but he's just going to give the solo bolo to Flandre.
I mean, he's tanking the whole wave as well, and he catches the majority of it. I think he misses 4 or 5 creeps of ranged experience on that top side. And that does feel pretty rough for the Sivir. With no flash there, you really don't have any outplay potential whatsoever. And it's really difficult as well to try and spell shield any of those spells from the Renekton. They're all, apart from the E, instant.
AL just overextending in multiple waves now. As AL look like they might not get punished too heavily. Weibo are desperate for this one. I mean, they are so overextended right now. He's just diving for it. TN is going for the fight on Tarzan now. Tarzan's left by himself. Flandre went the long way around, so they don't really have teammates here. Slice and Dice coming through with the crash downs there. Flandre gets the Q spin, gets the heal back, and look at Flandre tanking up so much here. He might get ran down in the end, but he's going into the bush. He should be fine. Mount up comes through for Crisp. Crisp shattering strike, flash play as Xiaohu gets the kill, and it's 2 for 2 early.
Yeah, the slice in was good. The dice back in again. Not so good from Flandre, as he definitely killed himself to try and find a little bit extra on that play. I think they weren't quite expecting Light to be present in that instance, and this whole time, Hope is just casually farming up. It's worth saying that Breathe as well, not really lost for experience. He's able to walk in and grab the XP, maybe not so the gold. And we'll see who's going to end up coming out on top in this situation, because it looks like currently both side lanes for AL are doing really well, despite the fact that there have been instances where they've been a little overextended, and in fairness, where we've seen Tien actually make some pretty aggressive and pretty successful plays.
Yeah, it feels like he's going to be the bridge at this point to get this team into that scaling promised land. As, not as much focus as maybe as expected towards the Dragon early down here. We still have about 1:45 till the grubs spawn on the top side of the map. We have decided to keep these lane setups and really have these bot lanes play away from each other. How do we feel about that?
I think this is better for AL. I think that the Sivir is probably just going to push in the Senna time and time again. And this just gives over a little bit of freedom to the AL bot lane to decide what they want to do with the wave. That being said, Aurora's not punishing the Sivir, right? Like, there's no punish coming through onto Light to stop him from being able to freely farm, freely scale, and get into a great spot.
The Maiden's going to be doing work into Kael here. Some souls going over to Hope, though. They do have a decent amount of damage early. The headbutt, or at least pulverize, is going to be there. Flandre coming over to see if they can finish the job. He does have his Dominus up. The only thing I'm seeing that's coming out of this, though, is that Hope is monstrously ahead in CS over Light. Light will catch up. He's Sivir. He always has the chance to, but that's the big outcome, I feel like, right now that we've seen from the lane swaps.
Yeah, and a large amount of gold as well for Flandre by nature of those 2 kills. He's also going to get a decent XP lead as well, as this Yorick misses out. Oh, I thought that they would have liked to dive the Yorick here and make Breathe miss out, so we can cancel that. But I think that this Yorick being able to stay under the turret, a little bit illegal for me. I mean, it maybe sacrifices too much tempo for AL, and they, don't want to do that just yet. See Tarzan starting up the red buff. Both of our junglers here are level 6, and Tien is going to know that this is available. Spellbook TP back into the mid lane from Crisp means he's able to come to this play a little bit faster than maybe AL would have anticipated.
And Tarzan popped the control ward, realizing they can take this space. They can go ahead and keep going for this invade. And it's a little bit later than I expected for the invades to really be prominent, but it is going to be there nonetheless. Red buff stolen away by Tarzan. And that might just be a little bit of early signaling of what AL want to try to do this game.
Yeah, we talked about the fact that the Sivir will get pushed versus the Senna. However, you talked about that experience and that CS lead, Mazel. That's the leading reason why AL are able to constantly push this in. Q Smite.
Oh, man.
Tarzan, he doesn't even use Smite here.
Oh, and he steals away the chicken at the last second. Weibo just stand there and watch as their whole jungle camp gets taken out. Flandre, he doesn't have the W. He ends up trying to get away. Does have the Q back. Getting hit by that Maiden does hurt after a long while. Looks like AL might have the presence and the power to take these grubs.
Look at that bot side as well. Breathe goes into the river, picks up some honey fruit. He's going to try and sort of buy himself a bit of time to catch up and trade back versus Flandre a little bit later. I was expecting maybe a move into this mid lane to help out for a potential contest on these grubs, but it's not the case. It's another instance of AL using their early game priority to secure objectives. The first 3 grubs go their way. Still a Dragon live, so that Infernal Drake is still up for both of these teams to try and fight for. Only vision so far is a single ward in the pit for Weibo.
See if that 3 grubs comes back to be the difference. You know what else could be the difference is prodiff.gg. Go get one-on-one coaching and improve your game. You can use LPL 10 to save 10% on prodiff. Get one-on-one coaching from former and current LTA, NACL, and ERL players. Pretty cool. You get to send them your footage. They'll sit with you, talk through it, exactly what you need to do different in those situations. You can take that knowledge into your own games. Go check out prodiff.gg. Should be some links in the chat as well.
And it looks like for the time being, AL the ones that are slowly making their way through this early game with that slight advantage. As we're seeing Breathe getting TP'd on here. Probably absolutely fine to walk this out, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, he should be all right. Okay.
Flashes away from the Between Worlds.
Rightfully so, are going to leave the Panda because that's their own people. So, you know, that's fine.
But again, if we leave Breathe for too long, he will just destroy a side lane. Maybe not the...
He will.
Totally wisest play. Let's hope that they can take something in response. As actually TP down to the bot side there by Shanks. He was going into a 1 versus 3, but he still got Starfall from Tarzan. Means that he can join that fight quite quickly. And now a teleport matched by Xiaohu as he comes back out onto the map with that completed Rod of Ages. So 20 minutes in, and he's going to have that 10 stacks. Not the slowest Rod of Ages that we've seen by any means.
Not going to be too bad. It's definitely a favorite of his today. He tried to go it in the first game, didn't work out for him, goes for it in the second game. It works maybe for him on this pick that looks to be scaling further on. As Hope does end up connecting. Slight has to be forced off of his back in the end. But first items also coming up for a couple members of AL. I think Hope will be a little bit delayed after going for those Swifties early, but the Sundered Sky for Tarzan really enables his skirmishing. Yeah,
and I think that for the Pantheon in particular, we're looking for that first ultimate. Let's see. You know, maybe you can burn a flash. Maybe you can actually just find a quick kill. Let's use Flandre. Let's use that early power that the Renekton has to try and make a play onto somebody from Weibo. We can see a slight level lead here for Breathe in that top side, but Flandre's not super far behind on experience. We'll be able to ding over to level 9. I do think that Pantheon Renekton duo can be very lethal. Breathe now with no flash in that top lane, certainly susceptible to going down. I want to highlight the early Bramble Vest being picked up by the Yorick, just to make sure that this Renekton isn't completely dumpstering him, but it is obviously slowing him down as well.
Well, we're going to see some adaptations here on the map. I love it because Kyle and Crisp, they are to their natural stations of looking for anything in between, trying to help anybody on the map they possibly can. I need to see Weibo try to get this 30 CS differential in mid lane under wraps. Here comes the Grand Starfall on the bot side. It's going to be AL focusing onto this play, onto Xiaohu. He's going to flash out, but there's too much damage. The Dawning Shadow with the snipe from across the map.
And it's just too easy for AL. So much CC in these two duo members of Tarzan and Kyle. Once again, just linking up to make a play happen. This probably means that they can take this tier 1 turret, although a teleport from Breathe is actually coming through to defend it. Maybe the Dragon then, the prize for anyone's legend, as that objective has gone notably by the wayside through this early game.
Yeah, should be the case. I mean, that's, 13 minutes in, and they're not even going to start it up. So Dragon is not going to be the scaling objective here, and I'm surprised AL didn't want to go for something like that, especially with their compositional strengths. But now that we have Yuntal's completed for Light, he's going to be stacking that up. Dragon's going to actually be started up by Weibo in the end, and no contest coming through, so this will be their first neutral objective.
Okay, and I think that this is really, really good for Weibo to once again deny any of that stacking, deny the push into the late game. Is a very powerful tool that Weibo can use. A reminder, their composition has Victor and Deceiver, two champions that are very happy to go late, very happy for this game to peter into a 30-40 minute slobber knocker, as that possibility is slowly getting higher and higher. With AL just barely starting to push the pace of the game here, they used Grand Starfall to take down the Victor down on the bot side, and you know, they hesitated when taking neutral objectives, but they have been quite vocal and I'll say quite happy to try and take jungle camps away.
Yeah, they have been, and I kind of like that angle from it. We get the Chaos Storm pumped in top side. Between Worlds going to be up soon by Shanks. Little side fact is Hope is already sitting almost at 40 souls here at 14 minutes in. Obviously a little bit of differentiation on how those souls stack compared to other things that we've seen stacking, but that's not too shabby, I feel like, and that's some of that scaling that AL are relying on. And for your opinion here, at least, does it feel like AL are kind of taking like a more reserved approach. Like they feel okay to have some scaling going for it. Because on paper, I feel like we set it out that they really need to be proactive.
I think that they still are being proactive. They are just doing a lot of due diligence for all of their plays, where that they're getting laning advantages by having this Aurora be just slightly ahead, and the Senna constantly able to look at roaming as well. I feel like they're just making sure that they're not giving anything over, because the second that they lose out on a play is the second that a Victor and a Civi get ahead. That is game losing in a nutshell. So you really want to make sure that no matter what it is that you do it right. And I think that, you know, AL, they're still trying to push the pace of this game, but it's a question of whether or not they're going to do it, because we had this concern in game number 1. Are they going to push the pace of the game fast enough? As it was Weibo that ended up sort of giving them the game more than anything else.
True. And Tien's feeling pretty confident now that he's got his Trinity Force completed. And the fighting power between him and Tarzan, but definitely feels like that side of the map's going to be the next contested side, as Rift Herald is up and available. Going to get some late vision put in there by Crisp. And actually, we're going to see Tarzan opt to go ahead and clear away from it. We're going to get the all in here, I guess, from Flodra. He's flashing after him with the Grand Starfall coming in, and easy as that. Tarzan makes the roam, finds the kill, and that's going to be AL now looking back to that Rift Herald play.
Yeah, just looking at the way that the positioning on the maps are, there's no Rift Herald's play that Weibo can look to make. Hope and Kyle constantly have prio, but Kyle going to be probably forced to flash here.
Oh, yeah, Kyle a little bit caught out. Going to have to pop everything. Doesn't actually pop the flash. Does keep that after using the exhaust, though, but he'll immediately spellbook out of that into the heal. It's going to feel pretty good. And the turret and bot side's going to go down as well, and that's first turret and feats yet again for anyone's legend. 2 games in a row.
And the Senna with Static Shiv able to match the push now of this Civ, so there's never really a threat onto that mid-tier 1. Now, AL may lose out on this Rift Herald, and I don't think they're too worried about that. Once again, look at where Tarzan is on the map. He's constantly looking to take away these Raptors, looking to deny camps from Tien on this bot side. And I will highlight quickly that Light here doing very well in this game, despite the fact that he was down 30 CS. He's got himself a really good stake in this game at the minute with those Yuntal, working his way straight towards an Infinity Edge. So it is a very greedy spike for him to go at that second item.
Dave, you deserve to die for that one. It's just backing in the middle of the enemy jungle. Not even in a bush?
Well, sometimes you win some, sometimes you chuck them to the enemy. And that was certainly a latter. One of the latters, I should say, for Kyle. He had flash available, but instead just sort of resigned himself to his own fate there, knowing that he made a bit of an
Tarzan going for the flash plan to Light, or at least trying to get out with that one. Does end up using it defensively. Now he has no tools to get away from Tien, and this is where the chomp comes really alive. The setup is there on the Tarzan, and he just gets taken down in the end with a last little ricochet shot from Light. Maybe a couple picks by Weibo to get them back into this game.
Hey, don't sell AL short. They weren't picks by Weibo, they were throws from AL, right? Like, there's no way that my Pantheon is Wing.
There has to be a catcher, all right? There has to be a catcher.
True. That's true, but I do want to again advocate for the fact that this was AL just tossing it very slowly, underarm, from 2 centimeters.
It's T-ball.
You know?
It's T-ball. T-ball.
Yeah. Okay. Well, either way.
Can go in super speed now.
What is that?
The between worlds.
So people normally use the between worlds away from them so that they can quickly backstep, so that they can use it as an escape. Shanks just ulted the turret.
Hey. You know,
let's focus. AL focus.
Yeah,
okay?
exactly.
Focus.
Exactly. It's fine. You just splash a little bit of water on your face. Don't worry about the electrical headset on your head. Just get back into the game. But no, I mean the thing is we got to focus on for Weibos. They can use these kinds of flubs. They can use these kinds of moments because they have hit their first item spikes. Again, getting closer to that second one. But they also have the Rift Herald in tow here for Tien.
And hopefully they can look to use that a little bit better than they did in game number 1. Granted, there's no bard this time to ruin their efforts. But anyone's legend looking like a well-oiled machine down toward this bot side as they look to try and take their first dragon of the game. Cloud Drake going to be taken, and does mean that we're going to get ourselves a freshly minted Ocean Soul, probably like 35, 40 minutes into this game, if we get that far.
God, could you imagine the wonderful road to get to that point? How glorious it would be.
Senna Sivir, it's possible, buddy. It's very possible. These two are very good at stalling.
Yeah, true. 50 seconds till that Atacon spawns. It'll be on the top side, so nowhere near where these teams are contesting. But this has been AL constantly through this game, too, just pushing and invading into Weibo's jungle. Maiden will be popped here, try to get some damage down, try to be a buffer for Weibo. They still want to hold on, though. Again, 2-3 items is their spike, and they're just trying to defend as much as they can against AL.
Yeah, and again, we talked about the fact that this Weibo composition loves scaling. It's going to be very happy as we get later and later into this game. And for anyone's legend, the only real super scaling that they've got comes from Hope. And this is probably more one of the weakest parts of Senna that you're ever going to find, where your static shiv rapid fire cannon, we don't yet have an infinity edge being built up. I do think that this is probably the point in the game where Senna maybe just throws peanuts at people and tries to hope that it sticks, whereas this Sivir, as soon as that infinity edge is picked up, will actually start to hurt quite considerably.
Yeah, and that's why I really liked the Black Cleaver second for Senna. Not going to be that option this time around, just going for that range. As Tian gets engaged on by AL. TP's coming in. Xiaohu getting caught a little bit. The weirding's going to slow him down, but it's not enough damage. I wonder if all of this is ahead of AL trying to start up the Atacon. They bring all 5 members up to the top side.
Yeah, Flandra TP's up. Give that wall a good little headbutt for good measure. And yeah, AL, they need to do their due diligence, right? Let's push out this midway first. Let's catch that. Make sure that they can move up to this Herald in short order. And that's going to be the case. It looks like pings from Breathe are that he wants to take this turret. He has got teleport to get up to this top side if they want to contest, but Weibo so far not in a position to do so.
Crisp is playing it right now. Tien's going to have to take his Grom, so looks like it will just be the trade in the end from Weibo. Not going to go contest this Atacon, and that's the second permanent buff that they've given over to anyone's legend. They're going to try to make a counterplay here in mid, but TP's coming immediately out to defend it. Rift Herald play as now Kyle gets caught by Weibo. They're trying to get a 3-man Magnet Storm, get 2 of them. Breathe is in the fight now. Dawning Shadow coming across, and Xiaohu's already down. That's a major point of your damage. Light has been eviscerated here on the side. Flandra's trying to run him down. The flash play with the Q. He's strutting his stuff. The Croc's got teeth.
And they just abandon their carries. Weibo, they commit so heavily onto the front line of anyone's legend. There is no protection for Xiaohu or Light. They both get ripped to shreds by the Crocodile. And in a play to attempt to take that tier 1 turret, Weibo flounder once again, and it's anyone's legend who profit.
That is every ADC's worst nightmare. You look up, and your team is so far away from you, and there's a giant man croc standing between you and them. Yeah, that's going to feel really bad because it feels like both the carries just got literally like evicted from their team here. And
they knew Flandra's here. There's a ward on the top side of this wall. But look at what Weibo are focusing. They're going onto the Alistair with ult for you know, the chance at taking down the cow. Getting some good staking may be great, but it's just not the target that you should be going for. It's not the focus of this fight, and it really does suck to see that, you know, Weibo once again, they've got maybe a good timer to fight, a good angle to look for it. It's just completely misexecuted.
And you just look at the trajectory for these teams. They are vastly different. AL, this would be a 5th win in a row as they crest over to that second round robin, finishing in just 4 more games, right? That would be half of the second round robin games going dominantly their way. Whereas Weibo, they've struggled time and time again to really keep their head above water if they want to be in that top 4 conversation. And at this point, they still have a lot of games, obviously 4 left just like them, but it has been hard to see kind of put together in this AL team. Now you're just wondering what the sky is the limit, at least, as Flandra might have just cast or cursed him in a 1v3. He's going to try to take him down, 1v4 rather, as he gets the slice and dice out. He's going to try. Downing Shadow coming across. He might get one back. He's healing so damn much, but it's not going to be enough. Now AL coming to punish after. Kyle coming over. They're low health bars here. Anyone's legend could take this one. Tarzan going to block out a ton of the damage. Take down Chris. Goes over. Gets the Sundered Sky. Gets the healing. The Maiden is doing some work now to Kyle. He gets the hit pulverize in, but nobody else is coming to save AL. They need to try to get out of this one. Tarzan turning back around. Goes for Breathe. Goes for the execute. Doesn't have the damage there. Gets locked down. Kyle coming over to help him. Hope tried to get the heal there through Kyle, but won't find it. They lost a tier 2 for all of this. And is it going to be enough for Weibo? They're down almost 5,000 gold.
And they're probably going to lose out on the dragon here, anyone's legend. I mean, they lost out on 2 members. For a almost lose out on one member on the top side by Weibo, they are able to all stay alive, which is important, and I think that this gives them that dragon. But Soul this game as L is really not a factor that we need to be considering. This is gold going into the pockets of the Aurora and gold going into the pockets of the Senna. Two parts of this AL composition that so far have been relatively quiet, but that for anyone's legend as an organization and as a team, Hope and Shanks have been really solid parts of this team for at least this split as well. And you can see that actually it was a good effort from Weibo to try and find something on the top side, but the fact that Light gets so chunked out early on means that the opportunity to aggress is just really thwarted.
It is tough. We are in that second item spike, though, for 3 members of Weibo, as Dragon is going to be started up by anyone's legend, by nowhere, anywhere close to the Soul, so they should be okay giving this one over. The Ocean Dragons will start stacking up, though, for AL. They'll have their second now, and they themselves are looking at halfway to third item, at least, for Shanks. It's more so that scaling on this Senna, who's, I believe if I can read that, at 70 stacks now.
Yeah,
when
70
things
what?
can really start getting a little out of hand.
Yeah, and I mean, I will call out quickly, you know, we highlighted these two players to start off the show, that neither one of these junglers really feels like the reason that anything's going wrong necessarily, but I want to, you know, highlight that maybe TN, the brightest part of this Weibo composition in this game in particular, has been relatively active, has been relatively mobile, trying to make things work. And for Kanavi, actually, those quick picks onto Light and using this Pantheon to really great effect in these fights, constantly buying time, constantly shielding his team, he's doing a really good job.
Yeah. And I can see now, you know, they went with the Black Cleaver second build for Tarzan now, so that might be why they didn't end up going for the Black Cleaver build for the Senna. End up going for the Mortal Reminder now as well for some heal cut potential onto TN on the other side, as well as Breathe. That's going to feel really good, and I'm starting to see why AL were kind of comfortable going with this hybrid comp, if you will. A composition that can succeed in the early game, but has some things to fall back on, because if you find yourself ahead, then all those things work out for you, right? The composition just seemingly slots in perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, the Senna gets to the late game that little bit faster, and every single skirmish that we find is, you know, 5-6 Senna souls that get picked up, which is just, again, pacing, increasing the pace at which she generates that advantage, generates that range, and gets to that point of being unkillable just because she's so far away from anybody as you look to deal damage out. And, you know, the rapid fire cannon on top of that, it is really difficult to try and get damage onto Hope. Look how far he can auto attack people from, as Crisp is trying to get away in, but
Tian, you might be tanky. You ain't that tanky, bud. He's going to use the subjugation there in the end. Try to get some of his health back there. He'll heal decently well. Shanks is already getting a push in that top side as well. Breathe had moved up. They get the counterbalance from Flandra in the bot side, who does have TP available to him. But in these in-betweens, I mean, I think this does still, in some regard, favor Weibo to kind of just hold on to the game.
If nothing happens, then yes, but if TN gets caught out, I mean, this is a palpable advantage. The fact that the Trundles doesn't have Subjugate means that he can't really walk in and be a frontline, and it's maybe not a big thing, but it might be just the thing that AL are looking for. It's also one of those things that we've seen so frequently from TN in particular as well, just the fact that he steps a little too far forward, either loses a flash, loses an ultimate, loses something that inspires something from his enemies.
Can he keep the consistency? Can he bring back all the energy that he brings to the table with this jungle role? I think he's a legend of the game for a reason. He's a world champion for a reason. It's all those years ago, but want to see that premier form from TN. The Baron's already started up. No vision there. Kyle goes for the play fight. He ends up catching in Chris. Chris panic magnet storms and is already down. Flandra popped the Dominus on the side just to keep pressure, but without Chris, without this Rel, you have no engage. It's literally TN having to run at people.
They just rinse and repeat. Back in the brush they go.
All right, they're just using this vision game too good. Flandra goes for the flash play. Grand Starfall in, and Weibo for a second game in a row have been turned to dust. This team is nowhere near contesting the top 4, and AL makes sure they know that time and time again. Another ace, another game, and AL destroy Weibo.
And importantly for those standings, it does just create that buffer. It gives AL a little bit of a breather. And unfortunately for Weibo, it means that they are most likely going to be going down into that play-ins playthrough. They're going to have to take a game up against one of our Nirvana teams. It's not decided by any means, but this window now, the 2-game buffer that AL have got, really is going to give them such a big amount of confidence moving into the remainder of this season. Now, they've still got to dot the I's and cross the T's. We'll have a look at this replay. And it's really simple stuff, honestly, from AL. They're sat on a pink board. They're using engage tools. And the second that Weibo go in, they kill them.
The carries from Weibo are on the other side of terrain from the frontliners. Of like that, the positioning just got completely cut in half.
Yeah. This is the same thing that we saw from them earlier on. We saw them lose out, you know, in a bad position around that dragon for this exact thing, around the top side, excuse me, for this exact reason. And you know, it's that inability to learn from the mistakes. Where, okay, if Victor Siva are walking in on a different angle, we need to walk with them.
Yeah, and you think about it here, right? If Weibo lose this series, they fall to 4-6. We have 4 series left for both these two teams. They would need to win 3 out of those 4, and the competition is not nearly as easy as it was last split, right? To even end positive, and I know that doesn't mean much in the grand scheme of things of the standings, right? But going positive, I feel like means a lot to me. And this Weibo team with all this experience definitely doesn't want to have those lackluster performances, but they are okay with it. They ended 7th last regular season, still tried to make a run, but AL are ending their run right now, at least in this series, as Kyle just keeps tanking up now. Magnetstorm coming in as well from Chris. They get one back. Chris might be able to kill Hope in the end, too, try to get a shutdown. No, Chris, he's losing to a Hope that has, like, less than 50 health there. He ends up dying to the minions, I believe, and Grant Starfall's coming in. This is AL just playing with their food. It's like a kid with some corn. He's just throwing it at the walls to see what happens when it does, as AL just look to close out game number 2 and this series.
Very clean performance from AL in the back half here. 12,000 gold lead. Baron at their backs. This is the series done.
Done and dusted, as all the casters love to say, as Weibo did not show up on the day, and AL 2-0 will make that buffer, as you said, in the standings. And I know AL is going to feel really confident against that 5-win streak now for this team that has turned it up in the second round robin. Yeah,
and I mean, I want to highlight the fact that this isn't just AL stomping on a team that were just significantly weaker than them. Weibo beat AL last time these two teams played. AL also just beat BLG in a Colossus series that is going to have inspired confidence in them as well. This is an AL competition to go and win. I really think, and I'm fully back on board, that this is a team that is going to be challenging not just for world spots, but for, you know, semis at worlds. For the title here in Split 3, like they need to be challenging for that and putting the LPL back on the map.
And I'm just going to say right now, stop giving AL that, like, Rumble, Wukong kind of setup jungle comp that they keep getting in game number 1s, that they keep finding success on. Like, I know there's so many bans and things like that, but man, it just feels like they auto-win some of those games. And a lot of the reason why we call them Game 1 Andes a lot of times, because they just had such strong Game 1 drafting. But I guess there's not much you can do against all these different picks that we have available in the meta right now. And AL seemingly find their groove among them. Again, I highlighted, I know there's sometimes some wacky drafts, but at least picks in draft, but I think consistently their drafting is back on a level that you can feel really confident about.
Yeah, and again, we looked at this draft and I'm thinking the Senna didn't really fit too well, but what the Senna did also was pace out the Siva really easily, right? The Siva never got that big push post the early game.
Swap, man. Is it good? Yeah. Is it bad? Like, should they have just gone back into the lane? Because they were down 30 CS early.
They lost on that swap the power of the Siva. Like, Siva wasn't able to get push prio really ever after that, and that's what costed, you know, a lot of their mid-game priority. Meant that they couldn't push in and couldn't look for a lot of the plays that they might have looked for. I mean, I saw Tien again looking for some really good proactive plays through the early to mid-game, even despite the Siva disadvantage. Unfortunately, not quite enough, and, you know, for Weibo, it's a disappointing loss. For AL, it's a simple run-of-the-mill win.
Yep, it is indeed a run-of-the-mill win on their big streak here. A team that did end up winning the split for the first time in Org's history, just in split number 2. and trying to make a run for Worlds here in split number 3. Just crazy, you know. I'm all about the fun storylines, the narratives. You know me. I get all mushy-gushy about it. The fact that BLG last year went back-to-back, but it was also the first time the organization had ever gotten a championship, and they got 2 in that 1 year, obviously. How cool would it be if the next year AL also do the same thing, back-to-back their first organizational championship? I've just, you know, that's just me. But, hey, this team, they seemingly are starting to get back up to speed.
And I mean, like I say, this is... Again, they took down BLG like a couple of days ago. They've just destroyed Weibo in 2 quick games. This for me is an organization that's back and that's ready to try and party, and that should be looking to take those big ticket wins. We called it the hangover for a reason, and you know, they're back to their winning ways of taking down their opponents and, you know, large rivals for this second half of the year in BLG. And you know, you can get to see here some of the highlights of this game in particular.
So I gotta ask you then, if you had your perfect hangover cure of a breakfast, what would it be, and what are we feeding to AL? I
mean, it looked like just a couple of series versus WE and FPX, and then we're good to go, right? Like,
I thought it was eggs and bacon, but you know, I'm different.
maybe. If WE hadn't have, you know, or if WE or FPX had have taken a series versus AL, then maybe we can be talking about something differently. But they didn't need the eggs nor bacon. They just needed some noobs to stomp.
Some good hard League of Legends. That's what they needed. It's like black coffee in the morning.
That's like, you think Tabe's sitting there going, oh no, don't worry guys, you can have the dream breakfast. We're 0-4, we're 0-3 in the split. No, he's making them play more hours of solo queue.
True. That's the good breakfast that any professional player needs in the LPL. We take a look back. It was clinical across both games, honestly, but really just good play direction from anyone's legend. Starting off with clean ganks, but also the fights in the end. It wasn't the same performance in game number 1, but it was still clean nonetheless.
Again, both of these plays that we're seeing, the first couple of highlights are Tarzan making those cross-map plays using the semi-global from the Pantheon. And then this unfortunate series of team fights after the fact where Flandre's able to get access to Xiaohu and Light is honestly a disaster. Like, there's no way that this should really ever happen in a team fight. And even here, where he's not quite able to take one down, but look at how much time he buys. Look at how much distraction there is, and how much it is that Flandre gives over to the team.
Yeah, that's the tough part, man. I feel for Light. I mean, he was like unbelievably quiet today for a guy that usually is pretty outspoken. It feels like in games for Weibo, especially if they can make it to late game team fighting. But that's 2 games in a row he was just like getting flashed on by Flandre and completely 100-0'd, and a lot of times kind of left out hanging by the rest of the team. So definitely shout outs to Weibo trying to figure out what works for them moving forward. Again, the competition doesn't get any easier in a lot of ways. We've cut the extra fat off of Group Ascend in a majority of ways, and I think these next 4 series are really going to be a testament to that grit that we're kind of highlighting and looking forward to for Weibo.
Yeah, and I mean, they've got a lot to review. They've got a good amount to go back on. They've got a doubleheader versus JDG to close out their season.
Just insane, man.
I mean, those 2 series are going to be incredibly important in terms of placement.
It's half of their remaining games.
Yeah, or against one team. And it's going to be important to see really how they can develop from this. Like, looking back at their previous series, looking back at this series as well, what is it that we can improve on? Well, those lane swaps, first of all, need to be checked. We need to see what happened in that early game to leave Light so abandoned, to really give up everything that we had in terms of a pushing lane.
Yeah, that's going to be something they go to the drawing board for sure. But as we wrap up the highlights here, we got to start thinking about that MVP candidate for game number 2. I think a lot of choices on the table. I don't think, you know, I'm not going to say that Kyle immediately gets it. I think there were some really good moments there. I think there's a lot of room to say that Tarzan.
Side, to be honest. Yeah,
okay,
Tarzan or Flandre for me. I mean, Flandre, like, he did have that death where he gets owned, but I think in the team fights, he was doing a lot of the heavy lifting, taking down those high priority targets. You know, it's about whether or not you value the strength in the late game or the strength in the early game. Like, Tarzan got Flandre to that point by some good setup. And then Flandre paid it back in the team fights where he's able to flash on top of Light, kill Xiaohu, and make the Weibo composition pretty neutralized.
And it is. Are we happy that Renekton is coming back into favor here?
Yeah,
are we happy about
this. Yeah,
All
I
right.
really am. I think that his playmaking, like the identity of top laners, has been slightly shaped or scaffolded away from a top laner who can just one-shot the enemy AD carry, and I'm a fan of the fact that it's back.
All right, I'm here for it. Although all ADCs just felt a shiver down their spines for sure. Deservedly so, though. Flandre will get MVP for that second game. Kyle got the first one. AL sweep Weibo Gaming 2-0, and my 6-game day dream is dead. That does mean, though, that we're separating off and getting ready for our second series here. It's going to be an absolute gigabanger. The only time we'll see this matchup left until late in the playoffs, I'm sure. The two top titans of the LPL go to war right after this. BLG versus Top Esports. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Rude Dude, and we are getting into our second series of the day. Today was a day of bangers. It might not end up being the 6-game day that I expected, but this next one should deliver. It's BLG versus Top Esports, both at the top of the standings, and BLG just having recently lost that undefeated streak of their own.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to barely claw their way back into a series, and then, you know, they are back on a winning trend at the very least with a series win in their most recent games. But Top Esports also with 8 wins, also looking like a team that, until very recently, again, had a lot going for them, but maybe a surprise defeat to IG just yesterday, costing them a little bit of leverage in the standings.
Yeah, very true. And I gotta say, you know, you can have all the talk you want about Shadow's honeymoon phase, and if it's over, if it's back in, sometimes people fight, sometimes they don't, we get all along, but this team for BLG is looking to really make good on everything that came before. The split #1 disasters, right? The split #2 failings in that finals, and especially now trying to live up to the moment, and with 4 series left in that second round robin, this BLG team really needs to get their head on right.
Yeah, and I think that importantly, when they've got such a good position in the standing as well, I sort of we were theorizing with Yanni and thinking, what is it that BLG are actually doing? Are they just testing things out now that they've got their securing of the top 4, or are they actually, you know, just playing a little bit more poorly than we'd seen from them in the past? Either or, it means that BLG have got 5 more series currently to show what they've got, and I think that ending a season 15, you know, 14, 13 and 1 even. 13 and 1 would be the ideal scoreline for them, and to take a win up against Top Esports, getting any practice versus this Top Esports roster is very important in those competitive games, because like you said at the top of the show, Mazel, we're very unlikely to see these two teams until the very end.
Yeah, I do expect this to be potential finals preview all the way down the road. Obviously, a lot left to go between there and then, but that's where I kind of want to bring in, if we do have that roster ready to go for BLG, and looking at the clips, and especially the setup between Shadow and the rest of the team, the reason why things have looked so good, and we can talk about Shadow every single game, it feels like, but it's the other members of the team that have been kind of finding their own again.
It is, and I mean that Knight has been performing incredibly well. We're seeing Elk deliver a significant amount of games as also. I do think that we are still seeing a little bit of return to MSI on, and maybe more to off for the most recent series. But the majority of BLG are hitting their stride, and they are getting back into form and in a really good position for Split 3.
And Shadow, we'll go ahead and talk about him now as well, because I think the jungle matchup will be super important in its own right. But there's a reason why, you know, we start off with some of the high highs for BLG against Team WE, even though they did end up losing a game there. I still think the fact of the matter was Shadow on these kind of meta champions does find a lot of impact. But as we work through the clips and as you see what the next series had in store, I mean, that was just flinging mud between the two junglers, and that's the kind of duality we can get from Shadow and some of the lackluster things we've seen from him on other rosters, right? This is the first real giant shot he's gotten on one of the premier rosters in the LPL, and this is what he brings to the table.
Yeah, and I mean, in their losses as well, he seems to be the one sort of throwing away a little bit of his life and costing himself in these, you know, dire situations. But BLG just in general in these late games have been looking a little bit shaky, not really having the right understanding of how they need to go about playing the game, how they need to take a game and how to take a team fight, how to set up for an objective. Really anything have been some really big flounders from them, if nothing else. I mean, this game in particular, where they had all the control. They had all the control in this game, and yeah, they weren't
in this
quite
game
able to get through. There
was another clip that I did put on there. He got out-smote by the support smite with the spellbook switch on one of the big it didn't feel good, and I think that's where, like, you want to kind of regain some of that confidence for BLG. They only lost one series, right? They are still one of the top teams, and there's a reason why things have just locked into place so well for this squad. And on the other side, still think some of that consistency is there for the regular season kings of Top Esports. I mean, you have to remember, this is a team that finished first in the regular season in that last split, but didn't make it to that top 2 conversation in the end of the day. And I think this is a team, when you look at the roster they put together for this run, this is a team that's built for Worlds. It's built for internationals, and they got to take care of business here as well. Again, facing the other top team on the group ascent.
And I think that they've got a chip on their shoulder from their last international event as well. So getting back to international isn't the beginning of the story for Top Esports, or rather is just the beginning of the story for them, I should say. Getting top 4 in LPL in Split 3 is almost a given, an expectation for this organization, and they're going to have to outperform what they did in Split 2 for those playoffs as well. A 5th, 6th finish, getting shockingly swept aside and out of the playoffs is not acceptable for them for a second time round, especially when I will say that their performances in this split have been very impressive, and we're seeing resurgences from players of old that Top Esports maybe hadn't been relying on so much in previous times, or hadn't been able to.
I gotta say, one person who's looking to regain that crown is old King Kanavi in the jungle. I feel like when we got to see him, especially at the beginning of the year, he was out for blood. That guy looked like he had just been done so wrong, and he was out to prove the world that he was that bloodthirsty jungler. He was completely carrying games, and we have seen that falter here and there for him on Top Esports, but there's a reason why we call them regular season kings. They have been oh so dominant in the regular season, and it's led by the general in the jungle of Kanavi, doing it on Top Esports after all those years on JDG.
I mean, we started this split with him finding a Trundle pentakill, right? Like, this is the... he's been so aggrieved, feels so wrong, is playing with such vengeance. And, I mean, the fact that he's coming up against, Shadow in this situation, as the BLG jungle, sort of the memes that go with that, the connotations of that role in particular... it is really important to see that Kanavi can actually rule the roost, that he is able to go pound for pound and honestly exceed the expectation of the BLG jungle in particular. We know that for BLG, for BLG, that Shadow has stepped into this really playmaking and shot calling role as well, and it's about whether or not that can be matched, and whether we see Kanavi have the answer to Shadow's large voice on this BLG roster.
Yeah, and you have to remember, like, the last time these two teams met, it was peak honeymoon phase. BLG all had coconuts with straws in it. They were just vibing, a 2-0 stomping over Top Esports, and I'm wondering, all the way down this line, all the way down into the second round robin, what version of these teams have kind of matured into this series. And I do expect this series to go the distance. I expect it to go all 3 games, and I expect it to be absolutely chaotic. So we're getting into game one now, and I expect that the jungle prio is going to be extremely important. I want to see all these bans go through to the likes of the Trundles, the Pantheons. I don't want to see those picks in here. I want to see these teams have to get creative at least.
Yeah, and I mean, we're looking at these organizations and these teams in their junglers in particular as those bright spots, the linchpins that hold them together. I think that the second point that I want to hit on is the fact that for, unfortunately, these mid lanes, we have very different stories from side to side. We have Knight on one side, who has been absolutely incredible through Split 3. And then we have Cream, who I think maybe notoriously has been not being able to live up to the mantle of a top 4, top 3 mid laner in the LPL.
Yeah, that's the biggest question, and that's where you could start having those conversations of who is looking the best, who is in that MVP conversation here, because as we had talked about already, Top Esports after this series, they have 3 series left. That's it for the regular season for them. Obviously, the 4 after this one for BLG as well, and we have some big names that are looking to put their names on that ballot for MVP here, and especially, like you said, kind of focusing on what Knight can do in this series. Now, we are getting some of those jungle bans that I talked about. The Pantheon Trundle already taken off. Top Esports on the blue side also focus that Gwen and the Talia. It is the Yunara and the Yone actually banned by BLG on that red side.
Yeah, so Varus is open for Top Esports if they want it. Azir notably open as well. We've still got Rumble as well in terms of those top lane picks that we might look towards. So a couple of contrasting picks, pound for pound. We've got Orianna as an answer potentially to the Azir. Victor's still open as well. Expectation is that this might just get locked, but instead they opt for the Varus. You know, so those are the two premier picks. The Varus and the Azir typically do see hits on the bans. One of them gets picked, the other one obviously going to get taken. Now things like Poppy actually increase in prio for BLG when you've got this Azir. We've seen that duo work, unfortunately, against BLG significant amounts of times. And maybe that's something that will now have a niche increase in priority for this game.
I love that Knight gets Azir for game number 1, though. Both these mid laners love this pick. It provides so much prio and a lot of playability there, especially even in the side lanes. And now you have that Jhin set up on that side. Don't necessarily love the Jhin into the Varus in that 1v1 setup, but you're picking it for that utility, for that cleanup damage. And Top Esports going to go for another part of their carry potential in the Aurora.
Now this is a flex pick. We've seen IG actually flex this really well, and we need to sort of highlight the fact that this could end up in that top side, but the expectation is that Cream is going to take it. We haven't really seen anything from 369 to anticipate that he picks this up. And Top Esports, instead of locking in a jungler here, they are going to get that pool pinched. Opt for the Alistar, so they're going to get their premier pick of supports. And now we'll get to see whether BLG value a pick for Shadow here, or whether they're happy to handshake trading some of those junglers and maybe playing something that is very, very low priority on our jungle picks.
I can appreciate giving Hung something of comfort there. Obviously, the newest member to the gang for Top Esports, trying to find where he fits into everything, and he has fit in very well, right? I think that on that Alistar, it's obviously a very big comfort pick for him. But the Nico, it's always looking to try to upend the win conditions of the opposing side, and On, he's pretty devious with it.
Yeah, and it's a good engage pick as well for BLG. They've got decent setup, decent dive. I actually really love Azir Jhin as a pairing. Jhin is a AD carry, not something that provides a lot of consistent DPS, and you draft the Azir to be able to do that as well. So, you know, the setup there really does look quite good. I'm a big fan of this Poppy ban. Like we talked about, this is something that increases in priority when you have the Azir on your side, so it's wise from Top Esports to take this off the board. And with double support bans, double support picks, excuse me, we're looking at those junglers as being the pool that gets pinched. It looks like BLG setting up maybe for a Xin Zhao here with the takeaways of Vi and Wukong. We expect to see Top Esports have a slightly weaker pick in that jungle if they don't get their hands on the Xin. And the Ornn being banned away there. So setting up probably for the Rumble for 369 on the top side. So maybe a little bit of contention here between, do you want to go for the Rumble early, or do you want to have to take this high priority jungler?
Yeah, very curious what that top lane matchup ends up being, because there is room for it to be a little bit spicy up there if it does end up coming to it. But, you know, my expectations were trying to get those early picks onto the jungle to get that prio for you, but a lot of the picks obviously weren't that big focus in the draft itself early, and now still some big ones on the table here with the Xin Zhao locked in for Shadow, giving him so much skirmish potential through the jungle.
Maybe Skarner then for Kanavi gets locked in here. I mean, this Rumble was a given that it was going to get taken away. The Rumble ban, or the Ornn ban, signifies this, or suggests this as well. And I really like Rumble Skarner as a duo. Like, the power that those two have is you can impale one side and use the equalizer over the top of it. Instead for Kanavi, though, goes back to an old classic, really, in the hot pot duo. But the Azir's got a shuffle to get out. He's got a wall as well to shove the Jarvan out of it. And you know, maybe this is a priority target, trying to take down Elk instead of Knight.
Yeah, trying to put you know, a live fish into a hot pot. It's not going to go well. It is going to be the Ambessa in the end, though. Backline access there to threaten, and we do see Ben get the counter pick, something that, you know, maybe feels right at home for BLG.
And I think that that's really important for BLG. We talked about the fact that we're really impressed by Knight, you know, talking about potential MVPs for the split. He's in that conversation. Been a player who previously in 2024 we'd been throwing you know, mentions to that as well, but hasn't quite been hitting the exact same level at this point. So we need to see whether or not he can start to return to the high prio to be that Giga Bin that we've known of the past.
Yeah, hey, Giga Bin needs to be unleashed at some point. Can't keep him in the cage for too long. But game number 1 setting up to be a banger between both teams. I don't think we have a stark contrast onto what teams kind of come out better. I think it's a lot of mechanical excellence needed to come through from both sides. The bar is a little bit high for both teams, at least it feels like, on the executional ceiling.
And when you've got two teams that have got 8 wins already in 9 and 10 games respectively, that's an expectation that we can have from these two squads, that they will be able to find those wins and be able to hands check, honestly, in these team fights. The last time these two teams met, it was in, like you say, the peak of the shadow honeymoon phase. BLG swept Top Esports aside. Top Esports have since found a little bit of form, and I don't think it's going to be that easy for BLG this time round.
Well, again, this is the final time we'll see this matchup before we see it deep into the playoffs. See what these two top teams have in store as we get into game one of this best of three that is sure to deliver some bangers. We want to put huge focus on this jungle matchup. Shadow taking this task for BLG, being that facilitator, being that shot caller versus what was once King Kanavi, still the regular season champ here in the LPL, trying to make his ends meet with Top Esports. Game number one kicking off now. Oh my god, that picture of Elk is insane. That was not, dude. I swear, some people out there, like, I don't know how quickly they're putting some of these posters together. It looks like they spent like a month on it. Like, it's actually beautiful. Like, yeah,
I could spend a year on it, and it would be looking significantly worse. You know, the talent that we have in the community and in the fandom as well, genuinely very, very impressive. So keep it up to everybody, and for everyone who's just contributing, making sure that the LPL is doing exactly what it needs to return to its former glory, and to hopefully, I think, push itself into what could be a Worlds tournament that we actually remember, with, you know, the strength of AL seeming to return, and hopefully get to see these two teams, Top Esports and BLG, now have a heavyweight clash. I think if we send 3 strong seeds, maybe a 4th one of IG gets thrown in there as a bit of a wild card, we could have a very, very entertaining Worlds event.
I completely agree. One of these teams has to take that step forward. Are 8-2 in the standings versus 8-1. BLG still have that extra series to play over Top Esports with the later start to them, but I like this invade coming through from Kanavi, just early, stealing away after the blue start for him on his blue side.
Quick little yoink there just to take that away, and
that's annoying, man.
Yeah, immediately pass straight back down to his bot side. Shadow missing pinging his Raptors, like, huh? What happened? And we'll see whether or not there ends up being a slightly longer advantage that gets given over to the Jarvan because of this. But he's actually already making his way down to this bot side. Elkanon pushing this in very quickly. We need to get that ward down in the tri-brush, or push this wave, base, get a cull. Like, those are the two traditions that you will see, is that you either crash that 3rd wave and get a ward in the tri-brush to protect yourself, or you'll look to reset, grab a cull. Looks like Elkanon, though, they want to push this advantage, and I'm much more a fan of this than just looking to reset. They've got a lot of pressure over the bot lane right now with this Alistar, and with the Varus not quite having hit that mark just yet.
That's going to be the Arcane Comet, kind of at least lethality style Varus with the poke. But this does end up meaning that Kanavi is going to return towards topside. So maybe this is just the grand scheme of things. Go try to pressure bin early with this weird style of clearing speed as Shadow. He's going to go look for his first outing in mid lane after completing his full clear.
I mean, it's important to remember that when you have no camps to clear, or when you take away camps from the jungler, that means that jungler has got extra free time on the map. They're not spending time clearing a 6th camp. They're walking around on the map, sniffing for an invade, sniffing for a potential gank. And, you know, when it's not successful, or when it is successful, it can be a little bit weird. You know, if Cream gets ganked, they're thinking, well, why isn't he clearing the crab? Why isn't he clearing his 6th camp? It's because he didn't have a 6th camp to clear in the first place.
And looks like top lane won't end up being anything for Kanavi either. 369 ended up pushing that back out, so I'm sure that back is just going to come through, but that does mean Shadow got his back off ahead of time. We'll get that redeploy out a little bit faster, and probably just going to be okay with clearing down to the bot side. I mean, Dragon coming up in about 40 seconds. Do we see either side really putting priority to that early stacking?
I'd like to think that we see a little bit more priority from Top Esports. I do think as this game gets later, their outright 5v5 team fights are a little bit more difficult to execute, just because you're having to play up against an Azir in the late game. And on, not the most sneaky little minion that we've ever seen invade, but might actually force Cream's flash here. Good dodges from Cream means that he's actually able to get out to safety. And actually Bin now left on a bit of an island.
Oh, he's going to try to use that mobility. Oh my god. Grandma's got moves. That's all I'm saying.
Massive wave being lost out on, though, on this bot side, and with no teleport, that's a wave and a half that's being lost worth of experience. I mean, we'll see whether or not they get denied any more. And just kind of as you'd highlighted, right? Like, if there's a team that needs to get early priority on a Dragon, for me it is Top Esports. Trying to play this late game versus Knight versus the Azir, definitely not something that's going to be easy.
Yeah, and I love it. I mean, you're just seeing that kind of level between these teams. There is always an answer to any kind of play. Has now been overextends his hand in 1v2, trying to get back over to this turret. Now it's turning into a 1v3. As Kanavi just starts off some of the damage. Yeah, 369 is going to take an extra turret shot there. 369 should have probably gone to clear the wave here. Ben's going to stick around. He's not even close to level 6. He doesn't have anything available to him. The CC chain is too much. Hung able to tank it up for the squad. And that's first blood for Top Esports. Meanwhile, Jackie Love in some trouble. Insta cleanse with the Captain Jack on, using the tank cannon minion to tank some extra damage here. The piercing arrow is not enough, and Jackie Love survives.
Okay, Elk there getting a little bit baited, actually, by the fact that the turret he thinks will have been ramping up, but because it was hitting a minion, there wasn't really that much damage. Elk could have walked out without flashing. Jackie Love able to survive on that top side, though, and they really needed a third member to try and make that work.
That's busted.
Not able to do so. It is, yes.
That's
agreed.
Ridiculous. I'm like that. That's some high-level thinking, high-level gameplay there from On.
We've seen it a couple of times where the Nico turns into a minion and then you just, you take aggro, you switch to the minion before you've dealt damage, and then you're just able to, tank the turret for an incredibly long amount of time. But, really good heads-up play from Jackie Love. He doesn't even flash, just knows that a Jhin on his own isn't going to be able to do the damage to me. And he's able to get out.
Wow. Some fun plays early, but to kind of refocus on the map here, because we did see that early dragon taken by Top Esports as that response to the topside play, but we're getting the reset now from Kanavi. Go up towards topside because Grubs are in about 50 seconds.
I mean, flash down for Elk, it means that he's going to be a little bit more susceptible to going down to this Jarvan Rumble combo. I think that, honestly, for BLG, it makes it really tricky to try to contest this objective on the top side, even though you've got a slight advantage in the Jin's gold. I mean, he just gets melted by a hot pot if they decide to bring 369 up to this top side. Looks like he's buying tier 2 boots and moseying his way back out toward the bot side, so probably not going to be the case, as we sort of highlighted this a little bit through the early game and through the pre-show, but interested by this mid lane matchup as well, Mazel. As much as our junglers are going to be highly sought after and the real linchpins for how this game goes, I think if Cream can perform versus Knight, that gives Top Esports a much higher chance at success than we saw from them in the previous series.
Yeah, I mean, this has been one of my favorite matchups to watch in mid lane here in the recent history of the LPL. Watching the development of Knight and Cream's careers against each other now, as now we get the invite into a fight here as Chains of Corruption come down and On is already dead just right off the get-go. Cream comes in with the Between Worlds. Elk doesn't have much damage at this stage, and that's 2 kills going over to Top Esports. Jackie Love gonna flash. Elk getting in some trouble here. The rain of arrows coming in, and that's gonna be Cream cleaning up with a triple kill for Jackie Love.
And if we were talking about MVP performances from Knight, for Top Esports, for me, it's Jackie Love this season who's actually been incredible. He's in that conversation for me, and he finds a triple kill in the start of game number 1 to actually show his mettle, to show us what he's been able to do so frequently throughout this split.
Oh my god, Knight with a beautiful layup play onto Cream. On ends up getting the kill with that last little strike, but a really clean answer from BLG in their first kill of the game.
And importantly, no flash used there by Knight, so he can rinse and repeat. He can scoop Cream up every time that ulti comes up and is available. And with the setup that Shadow will have as well, with the damage coming through from a tunnel early on, should be able to have enough damage to take down this Aurora on repeat. This is the start of that fight, though, again. BLG just, I think, standing a little bit too far forward, and the chain CC, it's a double knock-up from the flag and drag from Kanavi, and he actually spaces it out really well. He knows that he's the focus, he's the only one that Shadow has access to deal damage to, so he just backs away, lets his team do the hard work. Lets Jackie Love find a triple kill, and from there, it's a short road to success and picking up those grubs. 3-0 for Top.
And the conversation has never been, is Jackie Love bad? We know he's good. He's he is the remaining genius AD carry left in the league out of the 3 of them. at least in this kind of position. And I mean, a lot of the conversation always been, you know, choking in the biggest moments, choking when it matters most, and not being able to rise to the performance that we see from him consistently. But JackeyLove has made himself famous for being a carry for a reason, and I think he has shown out not only this year, but especially here in split number 3, and as you say, in that conversation for most valuable player. And that being said, with this career that he's had, how long he's been at the top of the game, feels good to see him stunt on people as Chains of Corruption, as I talk about it, goes live. He's getting him delivered to him by Hung here. The combination you never knew you needed. They might try to get the kill. With the slam as he gets that dunk over onto BLG. Now Shadow want to fight. Equalizer coming out now from Top Esports, trying to retreat as they do get the re-engage from Hung, but the public execution comes in on the 369. The Hung has given his life for it. BLG do respond.
Okay, overall, this is still just barely beneficial for Top Esports because Cream gets alone time with 3 grubs on the top side. The teleport down to the bot side from Knight to try and salvage this play doesn't really net them all that much. Top Esports get a 1-for-1, and I mean, they just hated Nico. Like, I know we've talked a lot about On getting caught out. He was walking through his own jungle. He'd done largely very well in the evasive maneuvers, but the fact that he dies there was a sort of a part of Top Esports' pride almost. It felt like they needed that in themselves to be able to carry on with this game. They do get punished for it, and I like the fact that Hung actually commits himself back to the fight, so he just says, okay, take me, we've over-aggressed, we've griefed a little bit, and he accepts that he'll be the one that has to die for his team.
JackeyLove now on the lethality Varus at 3-0. Already has the Yumu's. Going to be getting closer to that second item spike as well. A little bit of map rotation from BLG, putting a lot of presence on this bot side. Could be looking to upend that dragon stacking that TES have been so current about. Although it is just one more objective for TES to end up getting the feats as well.
And with the early dragon, 3 grubs, I think that, you know, finding this third Drake, second Drake, third objective, obviously going to put them in a really good spot with that. 1,500 gold lead at the minute for Top Esports, and in a composition that needs to snowball, this is a good start out for them. 5-2 is an okay scoreline for the time being. Not by any means, you know, game warping, but let's see if they can continue to find those neutral objectives. We need to move JackeyLove around the map, put him in positions where he can begin to poke, begin to probe away at the HP bars of BLG. And if they don't end up contesting, then great, we get a free objective.
All right, so BLG just willing to give over these moments, saying, you know, maybe this composition comes together once we actually hit our first second item spikes here. Knight's going to continue trying to scoop up gold in the side lane, but he is getting surrounded by the sharks of Top Esports right now. On is going to deploy out and be here to kind of rebuff Top Esports off the play they wanted to get. And a little bit of readaptation of the lane power, and especially Shadow coming down towards bot side should stop Top Esports' advances.
A couple of recalls now coming through for Top. They made their play, able to find a Drake down on that bot side as Cream and Bin throwing out a couple of hands. Remember, Leandri's finished for the Aurora already, means that he is quite scary, despite the fact that Bin has gone for
that. Oh my god, that was such a long dip. That was from a full screen away. And 369 just gets cooked.
Puts the equalizer down, gets the majority of the wave, but this cannon is still going to go begging, and it's once again Knight looking for these plays on the Azir, whether he's calling for it or Shadow's calling for it, it doesn't matter. It's big plays being made on the map by this Azir, and you know, this was a pick that Top Esports gave over. They gave JackeyLove Varus in favor of giving Knight the Azir. So this is an opportunity, and this is a conscious decision that BLG made, and it's one that they're going to have to try and make the most of.
I gotta say, that was like one of the longest Shurima shuffles I've seen. It was so long on the distance, and Knight just expertly piloting this Azir. There's a reason why it was so proud between the two mid laners, and that's why it was so shocking to see it go over to that red side. We did end up seeing that turret kind of bursted down by Top Esports, and they're still playing to their conditions here. The double Leandri is completed, but first item's going to be there for both sides. And I got to ask, the Rift Herald's coming up. I mean, it's up and available now. We have some preemptive vision from both sides, but does this item spike really change the way these fights play out?
I would just say Top Esports should still win a 5 versus 5. We haven't yet made it to critical mass for the carries of BLG. I mean, that we're still waiting on finished first item for both Elk and for Bin on the top side. So for BLG, like, it should just never be a conversation about if we're contesting this.
Looks like that's the case. Don't even need the jungler there to start it up. He will end up coming in the end. Join the squad, get the Rift Herald, and that'll be some open gold for them, especially in that mid lane. Try to crash down into that turret. It's very low. Do end up having a collector start now for Elk.
Every time they try to move Knight out of that mid lane, it's constantly getting the tier 1 turret harassed on by Jackie Love. These 3 kills haven't yet been fully utilized in a team fight, but they have been utilized in terms of chipping away at that structure. He's been able to get a little bits of poke, little bits of advantage as well. You can see he's a full level up over Elk. Every single time that the wave is under the turret, he's constantly harassing the Jhin, looking for those piercing arrows, looking to leverage the early gold that he's been given, as he's working his way hopefully now towards that Muramana and that 2-item spike that the Varus tends to hit, maybe a little bit accelerated by the fact that those 3 kills came through.
All right, they're going to choose to pop the Rift Herald before the Dragon even gets close to spawning. Try to get this outer turret down. It's going to be charged in by
Shadow
himself. Shadow goes over the edge. Might have just gotten his team killed. He gets the 3-man pulverized from Hung. Knight ends up getting away, but gets knocked up. Kanavi is just on a rampage here. Oh, he doesn't hit the flag and drag, as now the equalizer comes down. The pulverize comes out again, and Hung just had a master class of an Alistar performance there. The Rift Herald has now been delivered down towards bot lane. They might even get another charge off if they can, but the turret's gonna fall. The gameplay goes to Top Esports, and that's so much more gold going in their pockets.
And it's once again the jungler from BLG being a little bit of the reason why they're faltering. Shadow there goes for an engage when the turret falls, with no hope of really ever coming out on top of that if they aren't going to win a fight around a Rift Herald.
Oh no, Bin didn't expect for Kanavi to be sticking around. There's the curtain call coming out to try to save him. He gets the 1 kill back, and Bin gets the outplay. The 4 shots there, and the Sundered Sky ends up taking his life. The flag and drag gets Kanavi away. It ends up being a 1-for-1.
But again, still going to be a beneficial outcome for Top Esports. BLG will maybe take the 1-for-1 after the fact, but let's take a look at how this all started. Shadow gets chunked down by a combo from Cream, and then looks to go in here. The turret's already dead. There's a Rift Herald that BLG would have to fight through. It just doesn't make sense. And Hong saves his combo for once Shadow has flashed out, and just so happens to be able to taxi into a triple. Again, I like this from Knight, where he's using the Emperor's Divide to buy space from the Jarv, and it's a good foreshadowing for what will happen later on. Or maybe this is even better foreshadowing from Top Esports. With no flash on Azir, it means that he is a sitting duck, and 369 and Hong take him down without really any problem.
And I want you to look who has 100% KP. It's none other than King Kanavi in the jungle. We talked so much about this guy, and there's been so much focus on him since his time away from JDG, since his time trying to make a new name for himself on Top Esports, and he has done that this year. He has been absolutely incredible in a majority of the year for Top Esports, and he has been the general that he always was for JDG, but with a different banner.
And we just hope that he can continue that into playoffs, into international, and return to the form that we fell in love with on that JDG roster.
Public execution. Yeah, I mean, they got everything used on him now. He's going to go golden with the equalizer on top, but Kanavi's going to try to make his way here. 369 buying so much time. The redemption coming in. Oh, beautiful crescent guard from Shadow to separate Kanavi, to stop him in his tracks. That will be all they get, but it's a big pick on a 369.
Really well played, actually. You know, like you called out, Crescent Guard timed perfectly from Shadow means that there's no opportunity for the Jarvan to get in. And a really solid little skirmish down on that bot side. You can see Bin using the mobility of the Ambassador to get in range of the public execution, and 369 not able to perform the outplay. Taking down the Rumble once again on that side lane. Good from BLG that they're accepting. We have some members on the team that can still make plays, and that we should still be looking for those. BLG are looking like a team that are looking really good in these side lane skirmishes and picking off people who are overextended, but in those team fights still haven't put it all together just yet.
Not yet. Hung's going to stop Ben is just backing in the middle of the lane here. Jackie Love's coming down as well. Will have the Chains of Corruption. Should pop that immediately. Is going to connect in the end. Going to get the 3 stacks of the Blight. Now looking to damage back with a hail of arrows. But now Ben might have one back. Okay. 369 comes and sits him down. Almost got the kill back in a 1v3.
Yeah, this champ's fine, by the way. Even still, I mean, he had a level lead. He had an item and a half. And in fairness, again, Jackie Love tanked everything. So we can only be so mad at a certain point. But he does take the
when
kill.
you see a top lane, like, what can you do? You just lose. It's like a moth to a flame. You just lose all thoughts. You just walk straight at him. All right.
Must hit. And, you know, in fairness, Jackie Love, he did do that hit. And he kept the Ambessa down. Gets again now his, I think, 4th kill of the game. But it's worth highlighting that we are seeing, I think, really good performances from Hong in this game. Even just that play right there, actually, you know, walking forward, stopping the recall with the E of all things is really important because it means he gets to save headbutt and pulverize to get Jackie Love in range instead of just giving him the time to be able to walk out to safety or maybe use the Ambessa to get out or make it a little bit more difficult. But we've got Atacon now spawned down on that bot side. Mazel, this is where our attentions should begin to turn. And we're waiting for that 3-item spike, or 2-item spike rather, to be fully hit by Jackie Love. He's a couple of stacks off of his Muramana, and when that gets hit, when that is finished, BLG need to really fear for their positioning around neutrals.
Yeah, and it comes down to how these team fights want to be played out, right? Like, you have a lot of ultis set up from top esports in a lot of ways. Like, they want to use these ults to really kick off these fights. I do feel like BLG can play a little bit more reserved with them. They have a lot of peel abilities, but then they can kind of bite down when they need to.
Looking at those items, we talked about the 2-item spikes. They've been hit pretty much across the board for top esports, whereas, you know, BLG, they're sitting on really weak 2-item spikes for their AD carries, and Elk with just the RFC and the Collector. Knight, importantly, though, he's got that 2-item spike of the Rylai, so I think that he's got a pretty big chance in this team fight to go a little bit nuclear and hope that he can make the difference.
Oh, Cream was looking for it onto Elk. He saw him extend just a little bit, realizing that maybe getting his flash out could do a lot. They're going to play towards this bot side. Get this push going here. 4 members of top esports.
I mean, this is all just posturing to see if they could sneak an early Atacon, but I don't think either of these teams are going to look to particularly start it up. You see Knight gives it a poke to try and deal some chip damage back to top esports, but we've seen so frequently that starting this out is a pretty risky affair if you're just going to rip it off the, you know, with no deaths. So we'll keep our eyes out for top esports and what it is that they can do to look to extend this play. The longer that we spend down on this bot side, by the way, the closer we get to Soul. We've got a minute left until top esports' Soul spawns. And with this 2k gold lead, they should be feeling pretty good about their ability to walk in and take fights against anything that BLG put down.
They're going to try to catch out this fight. Shadow decides he wants to go in. The Between Worlds going to use from Cream to get away from it now. Shadow loses a lot of his health, but we'll have the Honey Fruit there to try to get a little bit more back, but he's still pretty low. Neither team really set up just yet around this dragon. As the reset's going to be coming out from Ben, he will have TP. But this is a fight that BLG need to take. There's no more waiting.
Yeah, and you can see the division down on the bot side. You know, triple pink ward or double pink wards on the Atacon and one in the brush just outside the dragon as well. Whereas top esports, they're a little bit less set up for this specifically. Now though, they can go in and start to re-establish a little bit of that control for themselves. I want to take a quick note of summoner spells as well. Everything available. This is your all hands on deck team fight where everything is up and ready. People need to be expecting that. If I'm firing my heavy ultimate on somebody, I want to be expecting them to flash away from it, and we can't just leave them sat in Cataclysm.
Kanavi just goes straight into the Knight, flashes away from the Deadly Flourish. BLG are rebuffed from this entrance here. Shadow goes in for the fight. Hung getting a little bit low. It's not going to be the unbreakable pop just yet. He still has his tankiness. BLG going to get the dragon down to half health. Kanavi looking for the entrance, trying to decide what way he wants to go. Hung going to pop the heal with the spellbook. They need to get into it. 50-50. Chains of Corruption, and it's Shadow's locked down. The 4-man Pop Blossom comes through with the equalizer on top of it. The Hot Pot special has been delivered. BLG, they have been taken off the objective, but Knight goes in for a 4-man. The dragon goes the way of Kanavi in the end. TES try to fight their way through this one. Elk shutting people down. 4 shots, not enough. Jackie Love sits him down. Now more kills going the way of top esports. Ben in trouble. Ben gets hit by the hail of arrows, and top esports comes away with 3, comes away with the soul, and comes away with the team fight win.
an ace for Top Esports. They take not just all 5 members of BLG, not just the Ocean Soul, but maybe even a look at this Atacon as well. Nobody from BLG that can contest is up for another 17 seconds. 369 goes back to base, he TP's back in, and Top Esports, they just needed that one fight to really push this game over the edge, and they found it in the bot side. Looking at how this all breaks down, I mean, 4-man start from On. How is this not an instant wipe for them? It's Kanavi. He backsteps, double knock up on those diving carries, so Bin can't follow through with the DPS, so On can't layer it down. And importantly, the fact that this Ocean Soul gets picked up means that Kanavi gets another combo through. He gets a chance at damage onto Elk. It means that 369 is able to sustain himself in the front line, and that the rest of this DPS isn't put onto Jackie Love or put onto Cream. And getting that soul just in time for the fight was the big ticket.
And this is the difference between other teams and these Titans going at it. The fights are on a knife's edge. The mechanics are on full display. And Jackie Love is right there with the best of them. 6-0-5 for the last genius in the league. And now we get the all-in onto Bin and onto the BLG top side.
Shadow gets caught, and with the Atacon down, Baron up, no jungler left to speak of. Knight, though, fancies Hong.
Curtain calls open up. 369's going to block out those shots, and unfortunately Elk not able to follow through on the rest of that one, as On going to get followed through on by Kanavi. Hail of arrows into the piercing arrows, and there's just arrows flying at BLG's face as they are just getting picked apart here. The vultures of Top Esports have found the body here, and they're going straight to the Baron.
Hong, do they know that Hong's here? They want all of it. They want everything from BLG.
They have no idea. Oh, they got the flank. Knight, the MVP candidate. He goes golden. Is it enough, though? Equalizer everything as he gets taken out, his hand cut, and the Baron refocused by Top Esports.
Shadow rorking out from the base, but there are no Hex Gates. There are no Zakis to fling you across the map. You will just fall and lose that Baron. Midwave cleared out, so BLG can get nothing in response. And I think Hong on this Alistair in this game as well has been putting on an absolute masterclass. 0-2 and 16. He may not be 100% kill participation, but he's finding very, very important combos. These headbutt pulverizes, not just in the middle of team fights, but creating these unique angles to get involved. He's doing such a good job at setting up Top Esports, and now when they've got the Baron and the Ocean Soul at their backs, surely this is game number 1, signed, sealed, and delivered.
And who knew that Hung and Kanavi was the combo to make it happen? And both these guys nearing 100% KP against another one of the top teams in the league. We asked what the growth from these teams would be like all the way down the road, all the way down here in the second round robin, so far away from that blistering start that BLG had with Shadow joining the roster at the beginning of the split. And this is a Top Esports that has matured from that moment, that has become the Titan we know them to be in the regular season, time and time again.
And for Top Esports, it's about making sure that they can erase the blip on their radar from yesterday. A shock loss versus IG after they took game 1.
That was a terrifying point.
Hoping that they can, translate this into a game win. And then honestly close out the series. I mean, it's a much more difficult opponent, I would say. BLG versus IG, it's definitely favoured for BLG. And you look at Top Esports laying waste to them so clinically, so efficiently here.
Hung just decides that's the end. That's all they want. They just want BLG's base. They want everything. They go ahead and type in that cheat code. All your base belong to us. 100+ gold and 100+ moments for Top Esports to make it hurt against BLG. The turret's starting to fall here. The last Nexus turret is still there, but the minions aren't necessarily in position. And now you have the Sun Disc up to get BLG some time here. They're trying to clear the waves, but the Baron minions are still there for 45 seconds. Cream trying to take a 1v1 against Ben. That's not going to go too well, but the next minion wave is going to crash. The Sun Disc will not save you anymore. Young Emperor, as Knight tries to get his way away, then the last Nexus turret falls, and Top Esports, with one last effort, will put down BLG in game number 1 in triumphant fashion. 8,000 gold up.
A meticulous snowball from Top Esports, and it's really good to see, Mazel, that our teams that are taking these heavy action early game snowball comps are actually able to execute on it. So frequently we see this be the case, and I mean, I'm looking at WE, for example. They are, again, aficionados of picking these comps and then just losing with them, and they try their hardest. But with Top Esports here in game number 1, they've done such a good job at accelerating that pace of the game, making sure that they put themselves in this winning position and taking those fights around those neutral objectives with the exact right timings and with the exact right plays.
And just taking a snapshot of that one fight around Dragon Pit, like the mechanical ceiling you see in that one moment between these two teams, it feels so refreshing to watch, right? And it ended up being the straw that broke the camel's back. Obviously, the Top Esports kind of took it from there in a lot of ways, a couple fights after that too, but it's those kinds of moments you're like, all right, this is what this series can live up to. And I think BLG will want some of those decisions back. I think the comps were pretty even. It just came down to some of those decisions in the early game. The pathing, I got to highlight Kanavi. I mean, obviously both Kanavi and Hung almost had 100% KP, but that early movement, kind of that little cheeky steal of the Raptor camp, the little movement around the map from Kanavi, he was always where he needed to be.
And again, it's another one of those situations where when BLG are faltering, it's Shadow that costs them a little bit, right? We talked about that he in their series versus AL and even in the series versus Weibo here, they struggled a little bit as Shadow, and I think that, you know, with that honeymoon phase maybe being over and with BLG struggling a little bit more so here, it calls into question whether Shadow has sort of had his time in the sun and what it was that was working so well for them previously, and if you can start to draw that back, and more so for me, reminds you that when you're up against the best of the best, and Kanavi, in terms of our jungle pool, is the best of the best, you can't be having these mistakes, you can't be having these moments of indecision without being punished.
Yeah, I think if you look over the span of the year, Kanavi has been consistently one of the craziest, bloodiest, aggressive junglers we've had, and it's a pleasure to watch. But yeah, I want to go back to that kind of conversation. It's funny. I'm going to make memes of it, make fun of me if you will. But the memes of the honeymoon phase, right? When you come home after being on vacation, you're in good feelings. You got to remember, somebody has to take out the trash. Somebody has to, feed the dog. Somebody's got to, take care of the fridge. Everything needs to be taken care of, and we aren't seeing that kind of same synergy between the picks and the execution that we were seeing when Shadow had first come into the roster. And some of that shot calling setup that we've talked from Shadow having now on the squad, I want to see that, but I also want to see the step up of the other members. That's what I came into the day saying. That's why they had looked so good. Shadow's fine. Yes, Shadow's great, but everybody else around him were living up to the expectations set for them, where I don't know if we not got that consistently in Split 2, and especially not in Split number 1.
I think Knight, to go to that point as somebody on BLG who, did step up a little bit, the early game and the mid game plays being made by this Azir, they were pretty palpable, right? Like the ways that they were coming back into the side lanes, actually doing really well, and usually using the Xin Zhao to try and make that play happen. But sometimes using the shuffle, using the scoop for it, and we even did see a couple. This play was
so good.
Yeah, I mean it was. But again, this is off the back of Shadow going for an engage that he shouldn't have done. And Knight here again, I think playing this about as best as possible, and it's just through sheer will and determination that Top Esports decide that this guy has to die. And I think that that's a really solid way to be approaching any series versus BLG. Is if you keep Knight at bay, you've done a good job.
You've done a good job. That's one of the biggest ways to kind of take down BLG, as we've seen. And I got to give it up to Jackie Love. I love the KP from, the jungle support duo. But Jackie Love really showing out why we put him in that same MVP conversation as Knight. When you give this guy a tool, when you give this guy a weapon, he will pay you off for it.
And we talked about it in the game as well, the fact that this draft was decided on a B1 Varus instead of a B1 Azir, and then you give over the Azir to Knight. Well, guess what? He paid it forward, right? We gave him the Varus, and there were question marks. Is giving that Azir over tonight worth it? And when you get Jackie Love Varus in this instance, the answer was yes.
Apparently so. Yes, 1,000 times. I believe he was unkilled, unless he died at the very end. Maybe he did. I don't know. But just an impressive performance from a guy who has been at the highest level for so long and is really showing out here, at least in Split number 3 for Top Esports. It feels like it's been a long time coming and still a long road to go. You got to remember, though, Top Esports, not that long of a road, honestly. 3 series after this one. So getting close to the wire here, getting close to the very end. Again, one of these teams is going to kind of take that step forward from the other after this series.
Yeah, and I mean, it's important to remember that every game is going to count. If these two teams end with, 2 losses and 2 series losses, it then goes down to game score. So if Top Esports can snipe away a 2-0 here, that's very, very big for them to not have this looming threat of, maybe losing out on a series that, or losing out due to a tiebreaker. I know BLG have, had their fair share of game 3s that they've been able to close out. But we got the MVP here. I think Hong.
Dude, the support
very valid.
love is out.
Yeah. I mean, this game Hong was the MVP for me, without doubt.
Okay, I like it. I can agree. I think some of those moments were really, really good from him, setting up for the team, connecting with Kanavi a lot of the times.
Did you see there was a thread as well around the LCKs not giving their version of MVP to supports unless it was carrier? This was yesterday, so this is maybe in a little bit in light of that.
Well, there you go. That is going to be it for our first game of this banger series. I do expect it to go the distance, but if we take game number 1 for anything, it's worth. Top Esports looking like the dominant hand here. We'll see what BLG have in their tank after this. Hello and welcome everyone back to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Rude Dude, and we are into the second game of this second series. We'll see if Top Esports end up taking a sweep, making it a clean, easy day, or if BLG muck around a little bit and end up getting this series all the way to 3. After that game, though, Top Esports look like they have the forward hand in the series. They look so dominant, Rude.
Yeah, and you know, they got some really high priority picks. I mean, getting your hands on Jackie LaFaris is always something that is going to be a typically very good route to success, and I mean, they really did emphasize that. They leveraged that really well throughout the majority of that game, and you know, he never really put a foot wrong. He was constantly poking before objectives. He got 3 kills very early on, was constantly making that Elk's problem, and this was a game where I don't think we said Elk's name once because he was just so completely irrelevant. He didn't get given a great champion to be relevant on, but even still, it never really felt like he was a part of this game almost at all.
Yeah. And the worst part is it does feel like both sides got some big comfort picks for game number 1, and that BLG weren't really able to capitalize on that, right? The Azir came through for Knight, you had Binz and Bessa, and things didn't really work out in that case. And so now, going into the second game, I think we can talk a little bit about what those solo lanes are going to have to bear, but we really wanted to focus on the jungle matchup coming into this one, and there were a couple moments where you could physically see the difference, at least on the day, of Kanavi and Shadow.
Yeah, I mean, Kanavi, again, running the roost almost in this game number 1, where Shadow, unfortunately, you know, look, I will say he did look for some good side lane plays, like his skirmishing around, finding somebody who's picked off, and his windows to be somewhere on the map weren't bad. But when we started grouping up around these objectives, when we started grouping up around that mid-tier 1 in particular, and you know, there's a massive fumble dashing into a situation that you have no purpose to dash into, and then flashing out to safety, and that flash causes you more damage than if you'd have just died in the first place without burning your flash. You know, there are these concerns, there are these questions that we have to have about Shadow, because we knew this going in, that you know, he was playing on an FPX team, and even when he was carrying them, there were still fumbles from him there. Those haven't all of a sudden been dispelled.
Yeah, they haven't. And as we get back into things, as we get ready for this second game, I want to see what kind of prio the jungle has in the draft itself, what some of these bans end up being, because some of those big power picks are taken off the table. The Hot Pot special was delivered, and we won't be seeing that one again, but I do expect some more synergies between the jungle, these solo lanes as well.
And we've still got a lot of other highly prized picks. I expect Yunara to stay on that ban table, but you know, we saw a lot of junglers.
Talia's still up there for you in the prios?
Yeah. Talia is. I think Orianna as well. Again, one of those picks that we see just because it's picked so frequently into Talia that I'm kind of expecting that to be an answer as well. Supports also, we got a really good delve into, you know, just a couple of those engaged supports still being available if we want to see one. I think Crisp has played a couple of Bard games. Sorry, not Crisp. But, you know, having a couple of Bard games in this series and, you know, 4 of these players could be something to give them another way to find those engagers.
Yeah, I would love to see the Bard. I would love to see anything a little bit off the handle there in the bot side, especially trying to find impact with that synergy in the jungle. I mean, as you said before, Hung had a masterclass in game number 1. I want to see more of that.
Yeah, and I mean, that's very possible. I think that Hung, you know, on this Top Esports roster, there were question marks coming into the split about whether or not he was actually, you know, really going to be doing anything for Top Esports that wasn't already being provided. And in that game, you know, he played phenomenally well on the Alistair. Let's see whether or not he can repeat that then as we move into our second game of this series. The Gwen taken off the board, and already that jungle priority has been hit by BLG on this blue side.
I think Shadow has hit the emergency button. He said, Kanavi's on one tonight. We need to keep this guy down. He's going to get his Pantheon, his vibe band away. BLG will be on that blue side for the second game, so definitely going back to comfort over here that Yunara is going to be banned. Let's see what the final bans are going to be in this first phase.
Are we going to hit 3 for 3? Do we go Trundle here as Top Esports to try and make it so that there's as little control in that jungle as possible? Still have things like Wukong as well, so you may see those two get traded. Or Top Esports can ban one here and then expect that they just won't get their hands on either of them.
Do wonder how much they want to prioritize that, or what they want to leave open, because this is where chess games can start to come into the fold. I mean, best of 3's a little bit different than full-on best of 5's, but the Talia is the final ban, so trying to take away maybe some synergy that Knight and Shadow were building there, but the Trundle immediately comes through.
Yeah, so you can take Wukong here as Kanavi. You can also look for something a little bit different if they're looking to go maybe Skarner, Sejuani still have a little bit of opportunity there. We saw Yone get banned away in game number 1 by BLG, so maybe there's a world for that to get taken into a very early game for Top Esports. We'll see what it is. Expect junglers to be matched within this first phase, but with Xayah getting locked early, the Rakan pairing most likely to come through with it. JackeyLove and Hunk taking the game into their own hands.
They're also stealing that away from a legendary duo at this point from Elk and On, and they'll be taking the Lovers duo themselves, giving some extra comfort to JackeyLove, who loves that pick as well. Is going to be the Ezreal as the response right now in that bot lane. I do expect the double poke, and it comes through with the Karma.
Yeah, Ezreal Karma, really solid answer, nice retort for BLG. Again, shapes their composition in a way where we're not seeing super high damage from their AD carry or from their jungler, like in terms of consistent DPS. The Trundle and the Ezreal not necessarily the highest makers of those DPS numbers, but you can, throughout a team fight, begin to whittle down those HP bars, give some poke options over to Elkin. I mean, the amount of times that he's popped off on the Ezreal, we've seen it time and time again. Top Esports opt into the K'Sante on 3, and now they can ban away some of those bad matchups for it. Make sure that they get rid of things maybe like the Renekton if they'd like, and give a strong option in 369's hands.
I love it. You know, dangle the Renekton in front of Ben, say, I know you want to pick it, but we're not going to let you. See if they actually do end up banning it away first, I guess, though. But the second phase is going to whittle down some things. The Yorick is going to be the first ban, so they are focused on that top lane. We'll see what BLG exactly want to focus on here, because I can expect maybe some of that mid lane focus, but it's still going to be the jungle still being left open in that Wukong that you talked about.
Yeah, it gets taken off the board. I mean, with Jarvan taken so early, usually that's one of these bans that we'd see creep in here. Maybe, like I say, Sedge Skarner's possibility. Nocturne is also possible. We could see Nocturne Orianna from Top Esports on 4-5 if they want to, without necessarily making things too difficult. And that's a really good way at trying to lock down the Ezreal. Instead, though, they're the ones that, in fact, take the Ori away. In terms of mid lanes that we've still got, there are plenty of things still available. Annie is open, Victor's open. Want to see which of those end up getting piloted, and by which side of it more so than anything else. Cream goes for the Annie here, and putting a lot of eggs into the JackeyLove basket, which, you know, if game one's anything to go by, is one that, you know, typically rewards you.
Might as well, man. I mean, hey, if he's feeling himself, go ahead and feed the puppy. As the Annie's going to be huge. I think it just gives so much utility, so many options forward, some engage potential there, which Top Esports already had a decent amount of. And now you're also giving counter pick to King Kanavi. So we'll see what he ends up wanting to go for, even though he's known the Trundle is going to be in the jungle the whole time. The Renekton didn't get banned away, and this has been a premier pick for Ben across their wins.
Yeah, the Renekton and the Victor coming through there. I mean, this is a good matchup for both of the solo laners of BLG, and in a series where we talk about getting that control through the early game, getting the answers that you want. This is really big for BLG, right? Like, looking at how the draft played out, they were able to counterpick bot lane, they counterpicked mid lane, and counterpick top lane for Kanavi to lock in Zed jungle.
Oh my god. Okay, I mean, Kanavi,
he's played it before.
Do you, boo-boo? He has. But
this
in
is still a shock.
Moment, yeah, like with this comp, I mean, I was talking about the engage potential they have. They do have a decent amount of it. But Kanavi's just saying, I ran you in game number 1, Shadow. Let's show me what you got.
Yeah, exactly that. And I mean, in these skirmishes, it's not going to be easy for Kanavi at all. The Trundle is going to be able to handily deal with the Zed if they run into each other in the jungle. But the then question becomes, how well do you keep track of the Zed? Because he clears incredibly quickly. He's able to become the nimble assassin almost, and sort of make you think that you are literally chasing shadows. So we'll have to keep our eyes on Kanavi and how well his piloting of the Zed continues to be. It's a pick that's done him well in the past, and hopefully it can do him well again.
I gotta say though, I'm feeling a game 3. That's just my foreshadowing.
I am as well.
The compositional strength that BLG have just feels like it has not as much of a bar of execution or reach comparatively to what Top Esports is whipping out here. But maybe that's just what Top Esports need. They say, you know, we don't want to give another game where BLG feel confident and comfortable on blue side to just have that same style. They need to throw something else into the mix.
I mean, it's the damage profile is primarily AD if you're Top Esports, right? You're relying very heavily on this Zed and on this Xayah, and sort of tertiarily almost on the power that the Annie is going to give you. Whereas if you're Billy Gaming, you're more than happy to sit back and wait to scale up, let the Victor do his thing, let the Ezreal do his thing. I think my concern is that so far we've seen 3 of these compositions today, and in every single game, that has faltered for the team that are waiting to scale.
Yeah, it seems like it's the day for proactive movements on the map as game number 2 between Billy Gaming and Top Esports kicks off now. They're all on their phone.
They don't care, man. No level 1 fighting? I got a tweet. Oh, Weibo it.
Honestly, they're probably all tweeting about Kanavi playing Zed. Yeah, again, he's played it before, and he even played it in split number 2. But in a moment like this and do a comp like this, I feel like you're going to have a little bit of a hard time finding your in. And we don't want to see Kanavi take a backseat, right? Like, he is a guy who likes to lead from the front.
He is, and I think importantly, let's break this down a little bit, right? What does Zed really struggle versus? It's CC. Let's take a look at the CC that BLG have. We've got point and click stun from Bin.
Feels really
and that's
good.
And that's the end. And that's it.
That's it.
So, you know, we've got a gravity well from Knight, you know, this very situational W from On. But really, if you're ever getting fully procced a Karma W as Zed with On, that's a problem in its own right. So I'm not against the Zed here. I think it's got a lot of opportunities in this game to find access, and trying to lock him down is going to be a problem.
Yeah, and I feel like it also puts a little bit more onus, a little bit more pressure on Shadow. Because like you had said, like, you win those skirmishes, but if Kanavi is free to find his entrances into fights over and over again, you're not even going to be able to catch this guy. So Shadow trying to be a little bit proactive with a comp that definitely wants to scale, and he needs to keep that in mind, but not giving up big advantages over to Kanavi and letting him have those big moments. And I like this from Shadow, using a little bit of Kanavi's tech, even though it was a full topside clear, to go towards this mid lane gank on a Cream who's going to have to burn his flash. The flash play from Shadow, he doesn't even burn it. He just says, I am dead. Gives first blood to BLG.
And let's see how that wave's going as well. Looks just barely favorable for Knight, so it's going to push back into him. He can take a base, teleport back in, and not really lose out on all that much experience. Kanavi, he's cleared out his entire bot side, moving into his top side, so he's going to have a much faster clear than the Trundle, and be able to get back out onto the map a little bit quicker. But you know, for Shadow, a really good early game play nets himself and his mid laner a nice advantage. A Victor getting early stacks, early kills, early participation in those events is very, very valuable.
I'm gonna say though, if you're not gonna burn that flash like that, and obviously I think he still dies even if he does, but I want to see you use it. And so Top Esports maybe trying to use Cream for a big stun play as we go, but there's gonna be some plate love going the way of Elk and On down there as Kanavi ends up finding Shadow. Going to try to fight him in the end here. He's going to flash over, try to get the kill on. Shadow's in some trouble here. Going to have a shield coming from On, and now Kanavi can't finish the kill, but Hung comes in and does. Oh, Kanavi overextended himself, but he goes in with a double shurikens. He ends up getting the kill back, and this is a big play from Top Esports. They find 3 kills off the back of it, and the feats of warfare completed.
The power of Zed Jungle has just been shown to you clinically. Kanavi is able to full clear and get back to base and get back out onto the map in time for the crab spawn. He came into this fight with double longswords. He flashes on top of Shadow, knowing that the Trundle burned the flash in the mid lane, and then that early recall from Hong and Jackie Love means that they're able to come back out onto the map again with some gold, with some items in their pocket to punish the Trundle in the bot lane. This game was always going to be about Kanavi. He just made it that way from the get-go.
The spotlight is definitely on him, and he is loving it. He took this pick as that R5. He said, give it to me and let me take Shadow down a peg. And he gets that play out. They get the kill back over to this bot side. They get all this advantage here, but we're taking a look back into live, and it's Cream that gets punished. Now Kanavi might fall because of it. Hung's coming over to try to help him out here. Is going to have that grand entrance, get the knock up, but Kanavi's just looking for an exit. And unfortunately, Cream gives back over some of that advantage to BLG.
And this is that issue with the Annie not having flash, can get poked out by the Victor very heavily in this laning phase, and it looks like Shadow able to return the favor in that mid lane once again, finding another kill onto Cream, a player who we've frequently said in these high-level mid-lane matchups, is going to struggle. He got counterpicked. He's been given a very difficult matchup in the Annie versus Victor, and now he's going to have to struggle his way through being 0-2-1 down 10 CS and really behind the curve.
Oh, On and Elk maybe overextended here themselves. On overestimating his life, and Kanavi gets his 3rd kill of the game, just hand-feeding this Zed.
And for me, this is now Knight versus Kanavi. This is a massive battle between 2 of our LPL heavyweights to see who it is that can battle it out and really take their team to victory in this game. Whether it's Kanavi who takes Top Esports to a clean 2-0 or Knight who can force us to a game number 3, those are the carries. Those are the 2 people who have got the agency and got the tools to win this game.
Yeah, Knight trying to scale. Use the power of the arcane. Take down Kanavi and Top Esports. And what a way it would be to get to a game 3 off these 2 compositions. But while we have a little bit of time here, I do want to give a special shout out to prodiff.gg, our new helpful sponsor for the LPL English product. Improve your game. You can use code LPL10 to save 10% on prodiff. And you go get one-on-one coaching from former and current LTA, NACL, and ERL players. Get to show them a little bit of footage from you. They talk to you one-on-one what they would do in those situations. You get to take that experience forward, and it's always a good time. So get a little bit of an improvement to your own game at prodiff.gg. Now we take a look. Kanavi going for an aggressive stance here with the steal of the blue buff, realizing he needs to shadow over 369. They're just going to go for the kill. He's still level 5. Shadow cannot play this game. And he's still trying to show up to the arcade and put quarters into the machine. 369, speaking of machines, trying to take down Ben, and here comes the mark of death, and pop goes the croc. Kanavi gets 5th kill of the game.
Kanavi steals level 6 on the blue buff, and then he's just able to one-shot Shadow with 369. Now on the bot side, On in trouble. Rooted, not going to be able to find much more than that. Summoner Heal does keep him safe. But it's all about Kanavi in this game, and it's all about Top Esports making him the superstar. 369 have been proxying wave after wave, just baiting Shadow in, saying, Kanavi, I know this guy's going to come kill me. I know this guy's going to come for me. You just have to be here. Kanavi turns up with a blue buff and level 6 and finds it.
He's 7.5 minutes he just completed his Eclipse. That might be the earliest first item I've seen this entire season.
It looks like they're trying to make a payment onto Kanavi here. Has no Shadow just yet.
There was a ward there. He should be fine. He's able to get out, and he is just vibing. He is feeling himself. He doesn't have the Shadow. He stepped too far forward now. He's going to be forced to flash out. It's a little bit zealous from Kanavi there. Will get punished in the end, and his blue buff taken from him.
Yeah, no ulti, no flash, no Shadow now. Or no Shadow then means he has no flash now. Good response by BLG to get a little bit of the agency away from Kanavi. I mean, not having ulti for this point is, or not having flash for this time is going to be a little bit tricky. Fortunately, Hong's able to spellbook TP his way back in to keep Jackie Love alive, but he has no mana underneath this turret, so he's playing last hit duty and he can't really go for any fights here.
I think he really wanted to catch that back with Hung, but he wasn't able to get the pairing there in the end. As we do see 369 feeling pretty confident. Misses the Q3. Won't be able to go any further forward with it. The Grubs had spawned about a minute ago up in topside. Kanavi's going to clear out some wards. Should be able to take this one. He's going to do it very fast with this spike that he's already on. Should be just fine. And no real response coming out from BLG, so that's going to be full Grubs given over to top.
And just because we saw it there, I'll hold the point. Hong in mid lane.
Oh, Chaos Storm going to be popped, though. Cream doesn't really have the damage to follow through. They aren't able to kill him, and a lot of damage taken back in by Cream.
But now he's got Tibbers and might actually have lethal on Knight after the fact, so we'll see whether or not they're able to make the most of that situation where they've taken a good bit of damage onto the Victor. I think that that's the big shutdown point for Top Esports. If they can get rid of this Victor power, that's going to be great news. There's an all-in on top side now.
They're looking to collapse, but Jackie Love has moved up. Oh, Hung. Oh, luckily he has his teammate right there. And now Jackie Love, oh, he's feeling himself. The root comes through, and Shadow overextended. He has to flash again. Oh, 369 wanted to play on. On's going to flash away. They get the all out, though, and they have left their carry out in the dust. Elk's going to arcane shift away. Shadow's coming back over. Tibber's not able to do it, but everything used in a defensive nature for BLG means that Top Esports can move in, clear out, take the jungle, and take control of the map.
Yeah, I think not finding kills there for Top Esports does sting a little bit. They're only really able to take away a Gromp. Ben's going to catch this wave on the top side, so they're not denying that. In the mid lane, Knight got to push another wave in underneath that turret. He gets a free recall to go back and grab a Rod of Ages before he can reset out to that bot side, saving his teleport as well. And again, this is just all about those two carries, Kanavi versus Knight, the duo that really, you know, could have proven to be something quite special. And when they're up against one another, it just makes you think, what is it that they can do to one another? Who is it that's going to be able to take the metal?
Look at that gold. 1,500 gold above anybody else in the game is Kanavi. It's what 5 kills will do for you. As we are getting the reset up towards this dragon site. As dragon number 2 would be nice for BLG to kind of get that stacking under tow for them. Again, they're the team that's really going to want to get that stacking going, as we mentioned through the draft. Give themselves that time to build these items. You have Rift Herald in about 3 minutes and 40 seconds, but I expect the Dragon to be that next point of pressure.
I mean, at this stage in the game, you'd think that it's probably just set and destined that Top Esports will take it. No Trinity Force yet finished for Elkin.
Oh,
spot on.
They know that On doesn't have flash. They know they can just go all in onto him. The root's not going to connect. It does on the back end of the death mark, but is the death mark enough? It does. As Kanavi gets his 6th kill of the game, re-engaged by Hung. Trying to catch Shadow out. Shadow's got some damage now with the subjugation popped. Hung's able to get away, though. Man, he is diving all over the place. This guy's got the moves. Oh, Jackie Love has come into contact with the top laner. What did I say about Moth to a Flame? He's going to pull that Feather Storm. Does have the Blade Collar available to him if he chases him under turret. Not going to do so. Jackie Love does get away for the time being.
Oh, I mean, Bin, he sat there with flash ready. The fact that both of them have summoners up, they're just kind of playing chicken with one another. Are you going to flash? Do I have to flash? You know, and in the end, neither of them commit either summoner spell. Fortunately, 369 already recalling, so he'll be able to get the majority of this wave. It won't be before, though. Bin gets a free plate for himself on that top side. Quietly farming up quite the storm here in this game as he's able to catch a little bit more of an advantage.
Okay.
Walks down.
Catch here. Hung doesn't really have much to go off of. Hung will end up making it away with Cream's help, but the root should connect on a Cream, and so now you have the all-in for BLG, but now they back away, realizing Jackie Love can really rip through them here, even though he's not on first item just yet. That's where we can focus back to the map state here at the moment. Still a little bit of a lead for Top Esports, but nothing exploding the game open just yet, and I think BLG will be okay with that.
Again, if this game is able to scale up and go late, we're looking heavily at this Victor. How well is it that the Victor can pump out that DPS, the glorious evolution? How much does it do for his team? And I'm looking at the ways to kill the Victor. You know, shockingly, it's Kanavi, it's this Zed. It's all to do with how well Kanavi can play and how well he can dice.
Oh, man. He still has the Mark of Death, too. He's going to go all in there. And we said it was going to be a battle between Kanavi and Knight. Well, Knight gets a kill back in that 1v1, and we end up getting a solo bolo for 369 over Bin.
That's really worth it still for Top Esports to take down the Victor. It doesn't matter if they sacrifice their support for it, and honestly, Hong played that again about as well as he could have done. Now Jackie Love still has his summoners.
Jackie Love in these kinds of positions. Oh, he misses the blade call. Okay, it actually does go through, but the chomp from the slow and the pillar ends up getting the kill. Shadow gets a solo on Jackie Love.
Yeah, and I mean, for Jackie, that's pretty criminal. He gets caught out in the top side by just getting diced on by Bin, and then in the mid lane as well, just has Shadow walking on him. That's not really allowed, and you know, one of the things that we'd seen from Jackie Love in the past is him just being overextended on a mid wave, getting caught out for it, and it happens once again, so it does feel really bad to see. And honestly, if that hadn't have happened, we'd be singing the praises of Top Esports, thinking they'll be absolutely fine. But that having gone down really did give a massive momentum shift over to BLG, taking that tier 1 turret.
And it does feel like there is a point that Kanavi is not necessarily going to be able to deal with everybody on the side of BLG, so he's trying to get as much done in as short a time as possible, as he's already on 2 items now as well. I mean, this Zed is up and roaring right now, and Kanavi is in the best position he can be to be that carry we have known him to be, right? This is a guy who has been on a tear in 2025.
And you know, when we were talking about it in the draft, we went, Zed here, really? And you know, we talk about the benefits that the Zed is going to have, about him not having much CC to deal with, so he can kind of dance in and out, do what it is that a Zed does. but he's still playing it exceptionally well. He's still making the most of all the advantages that he's been able to generate. And now, you know, just fishing, poking away, on force to summon a heal as he hops over the Mantra Q.
I think he could have been punished there, and he might end up being, as he didn't have the shadow anymore. As okay, 369 just going in to try to steal the Rift Herald. Oh, I thought he was going to get it. It's actually Elk that steals it in the end, or at least takes it. Hung going to try to get away, but the Chaos Storm was doing some work on the back end. Another pillar comes through, but it's just on a 369 who will be fine. TES don't really come away with much there, and they do end up losing the Rift Herald over to Shadow and BLG.
Yeah, and once again, I mean, Cream taking a rough trade up against Bin, who forces a fight up against the Annie to secure the top tier 1. Whether he can get out is another question. Pillar slows Kanavi, but does it do enough?
They have the distance. Yeah, I mean, the quickness comes through. Bin just gets locked down. The shuriken to the face. Kanavi picks up his 8th kill of the game.
And again, when we look at where you would want the kills to go, honestly, it's Kanavi or Jackie. I'm not too invested in giving Cream gold on the Annie. You know, he's going to stun people, and that's about it.
Dude,
Kanavi still has ulti.
You dirty son of a gun. He's got almost 6 levels on. He just eviscerates him.
That wasn't even close. Like, that was absolutely monstrous. I'm thinking he's probably going to have to commit the death mark to maybe make that happen. Absolutely not. And on in this game, right, you're playing a mage, you're trying to clear wards, and normally when you're face-checking even a Xin Zhao or something, it's dangerous enough. Face-checking a 9-kill Zed is just death sentence every single time.
Kanavi truly is just aura farming at this point. I'm wondering what he's going to be going straight up for his 3rd item. Going to be closer to that. BLG still have some stake in the game, though. They're really not far behind whatsoever. All that gold is on a singular carry on Kanavi. They still do have the Rift Herald play they could make, although all the outer turrets are already gone. If On gets picked off again, he can't do that. So they will try to make that play on him. They don't end up getting him. Dragon is coming up now. The first of the Infernal Dragons on an Infernal Soul, and will be the 2nd dragon for either side.
Yeah, just what Zed needs, less AD. Let's make sure as BLG that we do our very best to make sure that as few of those go over as possible. You can see that the waves set up are quite good for BLG right now. They've got a complete push on that top side underneath the top tier 2. They've got mid lane or bot lane in a pretty decent position as well, and Karma can cheat priority quite easily by pushing that wave in nice and fast. So maybe they can look to make a play, and again, we're looking at the power points of this BLG roster.
Ooh.
Elk has a Trinity Force.
I don't know if that was necessarily where they wanted to use it, but Shadow's going to pop the Rift Herald. They're going to use it for an escape tool from On. That was actually masterful. He's going to run into the combo here. He's going to try to get away. He's going to run.
Where's he going? Where's he going?
Oh away! He's away. Okay. He's gone. He's out. But now Kanavi goes in on the rest, and he has left Elk on. Where have thou gone? And as he asked the question, Elk falls. Your big damage potential. Knight's still there in the fight, trying to get some back with the Chaos Storm. I don't know if this fight's going to work. The Feather Storm coming through. The Blade Caller flashed out by On. On wants to kill into Hung, but Hung misses the W. Oh, that feels so bad. And that means that Bin's coming around the corner. The double lockdown, the gravity well, and the double spin to win. They clear house, and this is looking like the top esports that knew this could go to 3 as they get taken down one by one. BLG, make it rain.
And it's not clean, it's not pretty here, Mazel. We're looking like a set of duo teams up against the lower end of the standings, but BLG come out on top. They claim Kanavi's shut down as well. A double gravity well under the turret from Knight secures a big double stun and allows for the way out to safety. Hong stops the recall here, means that Bin has to stay as well. It's a good little tempo disruptor, and with the Drake still live, that's not nothing here. It allows time for Kanavi to get back up. But this is how it plays out to begin with. A good escape from On, but unfortunately, Elk here is left out to dry. He's thinking, where's my enchanter support? And why on earth is On a safari in the... Alright, never mind. Elk dashed forward into his head. I have no...
Yeah.
Never mind.
That's a tough one.
On you go on your safari, buddy. Your AD carry griefed you.
But Knight's damage under here, and that's what we've been talking about this entire time. It is a battle between Knight and Kanavi, and Knight was untouched through all of this. The fact that he gets the gravity well here onto 2.
And I do want to call this out as well. That wasn't a battle dance over the wall. Never mind, Hong.
Oh no, Top Esports have taken that momentum, they've taken that play, and they take down On. Now Deathmark used on the Knight, but he's trying to kill Elk. He just goes back to the Shadow. Knight gonna flash away as well. Shadow getting very low, but Bin down the flank. Gigabin trying to activate. The Toy Soldier not gonna be there just yet. Chaos Storm also just used. Dragon should be the focus for Top Esports now.
Yeah, and all they get is the Karma kill. Remember, On is significantly underleveled in this game and will just come back out onto the map very quickly. You see that Hong able to just at least ward off and make sure that BLG aren't able to get into this pit without being spotted.
Oh, they don't know. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know. All 4 members right there, and Knight is gone. He is completely taken out of the rest of the team, and now El can't do anything but run home. Oh, takes a tower shot there, and he dies for it. Bin was trying to clear the wave or at least get on the other side of the fight, and he should be successful at that. But Top Esports do lose a member on the back end of the fight.
Yeah, Hong getting a little too lost in the sauce there, trying to predict the E from Elk, and maybe if they get a double knockup, they can find both kills. But this is how it started to begin with. Again, it's this issue that the Karma is always going to face. You can't frontline on this Karma. You have to stand back. You have to try and play safe. But then also, how are you getting wards into brushes? How do you establish any form of vision? It's just not possible for BLG to try and play both fronts of this how they would like to. Double flash expended as well. Knight flashes in to try and knock up, or to evade 369's knock up. And then in the back half of this, we see them have to pay for that. But a flash commit from Cream takes a nice quick pick.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing is like, even if Knight is going to have the more consistent damage, I mean, you get one big flash Tibbers play with the stun and everything backed up on it. I mean, Kanavi is eating good after that. We have Jagular, who's starting to get to a hyper carry potential here, only on 2 items at the Xayah, but Xayah does pump as we go further on, and especially into this comp who kind of wants to run you down after these fights, it can be very beneficial. So I think these 2-3 item spikes are really important to keep an eye on. Shojin's had been completed for Kanavi as we see a 1v1 in topside by 369 and Bin. I think 369 wants to walk away from this one. Bin feeling pretty confident, especially when you miss the Q3. He's trying to use some of the minions here, going all out, says we're going to take this fight. Dominus going to be popped by Bin. 369 and Bin going at it just like the old days. 369 about to lose it though. Tries to get another Q3. Misses 2 of them in a row. He's able to get the shield back. Bin getting low. 369 with the outplays. No, not able to get the Q2. Tries to get another one going on the Bin, but the control ward is there. 369 has the space. This is a tense 1v1, but they're not going to find anything, and I love this fighting.
I guess what happened off screen, On died again. He's dead on the Karma. So Top Esports, with all of that being said, probably likely to pick up this Atacon. It's a question of whether or not Shadow can find a way in to try to steal. No feathers to zone now.
Oh my god. Green
it,
actually does chunking damage now. Oh, they just get the Atacon. 369 kind of wanted an angle there. TES using this tempo control so well.
This is incredibly close still. I'm still not sold on either side being able to come away with this. Again, the later this game goes, the more I fear the victor. They're after Cream, though.
Does good. I mean, he does a decent chunk of damage.
Kanavi's
Doesn't have the Tibbers any longer, though, and Kanavi can come down and cut Shadow down to size. Cream gets chomped on, though, and that'll be the Chaos Storm used as well, just to keep Kanavi from going too farther forward. 369 gets chunked. Oh, Jackie Love, he's in trouble. He found Bin again. How does this keep happening? Luckily, he has the team right there with him, but the Feather Storm, the Blade Caller, it's going to be enough. Kanavi tries to go in, but you see that Bin takes no damage from anybody on Top Esports. He takes damage from the turret, but not going to be too much on that one.
Kanavi here just flubbing a little bit on his combos in the later stages of this game here, using your Shadow to get in range for an ulti. Is all very well and good, but when you land, you don't have as much damage because your shurikens aren't landing, or you don't have the slow from your Shadow to make it so that you can land those spells a little bit easier. It does make it a little more difficult here, and I think that Bin having a bit of a Goliath performance in these team fights. Less to be said about the 1 versus 1 though, as Kanavi just hops over the wall. On, unfortunately, I won't say caught out, but not exactly with the rest of the squad, and he's just sniped away very quickly.
And I think Top Esports had the opportunity to ban away this Renekton. And I think it's a comfort pick that Renekton for Bin has been so good. And we see some of that influence now. I mean, again, I don't think anybody can really stop him from doing what he wants to do in some of these fights. And we're starting to get to that point for BLG. We're almost on 3rd item for Knight. He's already got the Seeker's Arm Guard as well. And we're getting closer and closer for Elk. If you don't remember, Elk's Ezreal is legendary. He broke the ankles of so many international opponents just last year. And looking at his Elk performance here, at least, still 2-2, but going to be getting closer and closer to that spike on the Ezreal on that 3rd item.
30 seconds until the dragon spawns down on this bot side. A pretty good position right now for BLG as Knight is sat with the Seeker's Arm Guard as well, so his safety is very high.
Oh, that's close. True Shot Barrage going to hit on the 2. That is going to mean that they lose a lot of that pressure around the dragon spawn.
Yeah, probably just has to be a give here, unless they can try and find some quick health by maybe clearing a camp on the top side. But you can see Shadow. Why is Jackie the front lining here?
I guess he's feeling confident there. They want to get the push in to try to force the hand of BLG. Gotta be careful though. His flash is still there for Janky Love. That's why he's feeling so confident. Does still have the Featherstorm Blade Caller combo. Gotta be careful. How do top esports win a fight here?
I don't know that they do, to be honest. I think Knight's going to own them, and I think that Bin will do it as well. Like, they need to flash, and they need to one-shot Knight before he can use stasis. And I mean, the amount of CC that either side has got is pretty low, so I don't think that that's really possible. I'm pretty sure Knight is just at this point now where, you know, 2.5, nearly 3 items. He's hitting that critical stage. He's got all of his upgrades. He's gloriously evolved. This is probably BLG with this gold lead and with this super powerful mid laner able to run away with things.
Yeah, Cream can't really do much. The Redemption's going to come down, get him back up to full, or at least almost full. Kanavi and Co. were looking for an angle, but they can't do anything there. And Ben's going to make it first back into the side lane to crash this turret into the inhib turret. And now top esports hovering like they maybe want to try to threaten something towards this top side, but the composition for BLG is just getting tankier and tankier. I mean, Shadow is feeling so confident to just step out and see what top esports is doing. And this feels much more up BLG's alley than I feel like they were kind of off-kiltered in that game number 1.
Yeah, I actually think that top esports, you know, trying to flip a Baron here is maybe their best way to come back out into this game.
Oh, no.
Oh, dear.
Oh, he still gets out. He's out of there. He's the shielding, the healing, the flash comes through.
But he still has to base. He still has to loot. That still loses them time on the map, and it's at another window where top esports can maybe look to make something from this, right? This dragon that, honestly, BLG probably could have secured is now going the way of top esports. This puts them to soul point and puts them just one misstep, or puts BLG one misstep away from losing a soul. And again, you know, this is another part of the fight where, or part of the game rather, where On is just a little too far forward. 0, 6, and 5 on this Karma, not really having the output that we would like, and giving over multiple instances of advantages to the enemy team, making sure that top esports have still got something to prize on.
It just feels like it's Kanavi versus the world here. Like, it just is so much in his wheelhouse. 3 items, 100% KP on the Zed, or at least close to it, right? 15 out of 16. And, I mean, it's a lot of weight to bear on your shoulders in a game where things aren't going to be as easy to kill as time goes on. I mean, Knight's going to keep getting tankier and harder to kill. And if that's your target, if that's the one you have to 100 to 0, it's going to be extremely difficult here. Baron up on the table, but Kanavi hovering down towards this bot side. They say they can punish Bin. See if they actually can. And an extra serrated Dirk in the pocket of Kanavi.
They don't
going
know
the long way. Okay, let's see how they take this one down. They know that Kanavi's down there. They're going to TP too.
Look at BLG on the map. Down. Immediately, 3 people go to Baron. Karma looked like they were walking for it, and they've bailed away. They need to get away from this, knowing that BLG can start this up. The Baron take's not fast, but it's definitely doable here with Ezreal and the Victor, but also BLG, they've peeled away as well.
Reservation, some respect being given. They don't have vision though, so Kanavi needs to be a little careful. But they see now that multiple members are here. Jackie Love, he needs to be careful. Bin wants the flank. He didn't get the slice and dice, but he gets a ton of damage onto Hung. TP coming in onto a gravity well. 369 should be fine. He's very tanky now, and he's stunned. There, Bin goes in, gets Hung. Now they try to take it. BLG going forward. Kanavi tries to find the backline, tries to find On. On should die. He goes back to his clone, but he's down 2. Big Mystic shot coming through, and Knight is now here to free fire, here to be that champion of BLG. Another stun comes through. 369 misses, and he tries to get back out with his all-out. Elk trying to step up now with his arcane shift. Isn't going to find much, but they should go back to this Baron, and BLG wrestling control of this game and potentially this series from top esports.
Kanavi is down. This is a foregone conclusion for BLG that they should hit this Baron. TP available for Cream, not available for 369. I don't think there's a contest available for BLG, for Top Esports, and it's coming off the back of this incredible powerhouse that Bin is on this top side. The Renekton just can't be moved. With a Sterex, with Dominus, with the lack of damage that Top Esports have at the minute, they have no way to get through the Renekton. Finally, an Infinity Edge is finished for JackeyLove, but again, at this stage in the game, Kanavi is going for kills onto people that he can kill, and unfortunately, it's just on. Maybe he could go for the play onto Elk, but 3,000 HP, you're looking at it, and it's a hard challenge to try to go for.
Yeah.
He goes in, and it's not the target that you need to look for, but he can't try to focus Knight, because Knight has got a Zonya's Hourglass. He's got the Seeker's Arm Guard. He goes golden, and the Zed's useless. Can't really go for the Ezreal, because the Ezreal has Flash, Dash, Barrier, and trying to land skill shots on him is going to be darn near impossible. So who do you settle for? You settle for the Karma, who's giving them shields, but you don't take away any of the damage.
Yeah, and that's the hardest thing that we're seeing here. He needs support now from the rest of the team. He needs people to be there. And I got to say, I've been really surprised at the positioning of JackeyLove so far in this game. We've seen him cut out so many times, hung right there with him as well, and he's going to get taken down from afar potentially. True Shot Barrage going to go just a little bit wide, but that means they lose their inhib turret and potentially their inhib here. Yeah,
Creamer's got Flash. You can see he's waiting just off in the wings, sat not on vision just yet, but they know loosely where the Annie is.
He wants to take down Shadow, but there's no way he kills him. Kanavi comes over the wall now as well, trying to help down as Bin realizes he's the next play in the scheme of things here, but BLG 5,000 gold up now, but the big question, Infernal Soul in 50 seconds. Can Top Esports make one big last effort to get this permanent buff?
Mazel, we were talking about MVP candidates in game number 1. Knight has proven to us throughout this entire split that he is one of them. And in this second game, we need JackeyLove to prove to us that he can be that contender as well. He's been quiet, he's been stagnant this game because it's been all about Kanavi. He's taken 12 of the kills and is front-loaded on gold. But now JackeyLove has hit 3 items. He needs to turn tail and start dishing out the DPS. He's had 2 instances of getting caught out on sides or in mid lane that have cost him his life. And now he needs to step up when the chips are down, when his team need him to be the carry.
It's the 3-item buff for the Xayah. They could give this one. They could just say, we want to give this place, as they do end up moving in saying, no, we will contest it. Gotta watch Bin on the side. You gotta watch those flanks, consistently finding the angles he has. It's Kanavi here with the rest of the team, trying to fight over this first push into the river. Can BLG get around the corner?
We have to recognize this game doesn't get better for Top Esports. The later this Victor gets to scale, the longer the Victor gets to be a problem. And now Top Esports, they're the ones that are forcing the issue. They start the Dragon. They're going to flip it.
Elk is nowhere nearby. He's finally going to make it over. It goes over the fucking... It goes over to Shadow. Oh my god, and it actually gets the steal. Now Bin goes through as well. They actually get the play now. Go 369. 369 just got a double knockback. And JackeyLove, you said you wanted him to step up. He just found 2 quick kills, and now Knight's going to get ran down. The feathers, they sting, and they find enough. They get the knock up from Kanavi too, and they get this nice chase down onto BLG. Although Knight is going to make it away. The pillar is beautiful from Shadow. It is the soul denial, but they lose so much because of it.
What do Top Esports get in response? 30 seconds on Elk, 30 seconds on Bin, and they're able to, it looks like, work their way through this mid lane. Hopefully they can break an inhibitor to try to get some parity, but actually, you know, with Knight being there, likelihood is that he just eased the wave and gets it gone. Top Esports get a tier 2 turret, and that's about it. They do get a lot of shutdowns, right? They managed to take down Bin, which is really important, but I'm still quite happy for this as route onto Shadow.
Shadow's got to be careful. He is fine. He has the frozen tundra. As his movement speed goes through the roof, you got a nice little pillar there. Knight, look at Knight. Knight's got an angle. Knight trying to look for Hung. Does have some damage. Shadow feeling so spicy, feeling so good. True Shot Barrage hits off the 2, and he has the slowdown now as well. Bin is here. All he needs is a slice and dice. JackeyLove, really nicely done. He's going to flash early, but gets smote, and now he will just give his life. JackeyLove caught yet again, and Bin now looking for a slice and a little bit of a dice. He's looking for his Gigaben moment. He's looking for the finishing touches to this game number 2. He's looking for a game 3 potential, and Shadow tries to get the catch out. Shadow doesn't help. He get 1 kill, and now they're pushing for the end.
with super minions at their back. There's one coming. There's another wave on its way. Top Esports need to clear this wave. It's on 369 to be a frontline, to get some health, to knock these minions out to safety. It's on Kanavi to do the damage to the minions, not to the champions.
He's got to try to find it. He's going all in on the Elk. He doesn't end up finding it. Is the death mark going to be enough? They do get a pop damage onto him, but Knight goes gold, and Knight is just in there in the middle of everybody.
369
finds another one. 369 is going all out, finds Elk, but Elk nicely arcane shifts away. 369 now getting kited down. Kanavi's still alive, and that's the big pressure point. They realize they don't have the health bars, Rude.
Look at Death Timers. Look at Death Timers here, Mazal. 48 seconds, where
TP,
Baron
TP.
spawns in 50. This is Hong
Elk.
with a deep TP to try and find Elk.
Ben realizes
here.
that Ben's trying to save his life. Hung can't do much. Double TP coming in. That's going to be the TP from Cream. Cream does have his CC, his Tibbers up and available. Whew. Take a breath.
Focus. Everybody stop, everybody reset. Let's get back into a position of neutrality. A lot of things just happened. It starts off with Top Esports winning a fight around the Dragon, and then this back and forth affair where it feels like BLG are actually able to close out this game, but another massive performance from one of the unsung heroes of this game in 369. 4-0 and 6 has been lethal with his positioning, constantly causing chaos. Finding Knight in that final position in the base defense was massive. He keeps his team in this game and is actually giving a window over to Top Esports to push out onto the map to get some purchase into the river, into that top side, into the Baron. Let's see what they can do with this now as the mid inhibitor is going to respawn and we reset.
All right, well, BLG back out on the map. About a minute and 30 until that Dragon would be sold for Top Esports again. Have to remember how much that would mean to the Z comp, but they have been slowed down in that case. Try to look at how fast they can force this Baron, but BLG know their center, their piece to the puzzle is Knight and Elk now. Almost 4 items in, and Shadow feeling very confident to take those steps forward.
We're 4 items in for Kanavi. We've got the full Lord Dominic's Regard finished for Jackie Love as well. So we're sitting at a position where, you know, this Xayah actually in a very good spot to start churning damage out after every single auto attack. It's about giving Jackie Love the space to be able to do that. No flash on the Xayah means that even with ulti, quite dangerous for her to step up. Trying to play versus a Victor as any short range AD carry is generally terrifying. If you walk into a Chaos Storm or you walk into a Gravity Well, could just be the end of your life. As Top Esports wrestle back control.
Oh, Shadow's going to face check into 5! 5 members of Top Esports wait at the gates, and you are not tall enough to enter as they deny BLG the entrance into the Baron. That's going to be immediately to the objective.
And I think they can get this and get back down to the Dragon to secure Baron and Soul. Top Esports with a brush play that catches BLG off guard. This is one of those problems that Karma falls into. You may be thinking, why is Shadow just face checked like that? On can't step in range to ward. There is no way for anybody to get vision on this unless Shadow face checks. And unfortunately, he's the one that has to do it. He walks in, he gets blown up in an instant. He doesn't even get a chance to allow that Subjugate to do any work. And now Top Esports find themselves with a Baron with an Infernal Soul. And a reignited footing in this second game.
I mean, they pick at the exact time they needed to. Right when the biggest objective felt, that Infernal Soul to Top Esports makes a hell of a difference on how this comp executes. The amount of damage, the sheer potential that there is in these 5 now with this on top of it, and Kanavi still sitting there at almost full build, but more so Jackie Love and Cream starting to come into their own in damage profile. I mean, what a stark contrast this is. We asked, how have Top Esports matured since all that time ago, since BLG routed them 2-0 at the beginning of the split, and this is the fruit that has been born by Top Esports.
Guardian Angel available for Bin. I think that's a really big cooldown as well to keep our eyes on, because he has also been a menace in these team fights. Looks like Jackie Love's working his way towards that GA, but doesn't have it just yet. With this Baron, with this Soul, you'd like to think that Top Esports can hopefully crack open the base of BLG, but still have concerns. The late game team fighting for Top Esports is difficult. It's so heavily reliant on Jackie Love and on their ability to take down Knight. This Victor is still phenomenally strong. 5-stack Dark Seal, the stasis on that Zhonya's as well. definitely needs to be a point of concern for Top Esports, how they factor in this Victor.
And you have to remember, I mean, their mid lane is busted open. So as soon as they lose the fight, there could be some plays there to get a push in. And 369's now the target. Been a little bit low, but I think he has GA available on getting a little bit low himself. Losing some of the front lines here, but Tibbers is going to be burned. He is going to be down. True Shot Barrage also taken down, but Jackie Love going to move over to try to get this push. They still have the Baron buff.
Big win for Top Esports there. Subjugate used onto 369 and he doesn't fall. Now Knight uses the Chaos Storm. They're just throwing ultis to defend waves.
They almost get hung down. Chaos Storm's going to be a big ticket item, though. Kanavi able to get this mid turret as well. So the inhib is traded, at least in terms of the openness of both of them. And Jackie Love going to keep pushing. They have 20 seconds on this Baron buff.
Final wave, final attempt for them. Knight able to sidestep that Q3, but now with no Chaos Storm, not as easy a chance.
They overextend, though. TP, that's going to be Ben coming in to join. They got Jackie Love right there. They're trying to burn him down now. He's going to buy time. 369 on the other side. Who goes down first? It's the GA pop. 369 is tanking a 1v4
He's
right now. They're about to get a kill. 369 is in the middle of everybody. Now Kanavi gets slowed down, but goes in onto Elk. Deathmark has been popped, but he is out of there. He gets popped himself, as now 369 is that front line, but he is down too, and Knight is starting to pick up kills left and right here.
A battle of the front lines. One that BLG ooh, should not have come out on top of. But Top Esports a little bit shaky there. Kanavi going a bit too aggressive. Could have just settled for a front line. If he'd have taken anybody down there, it would have been better than what he ended up doing. Been bought enough time. 369 not quite able to land the skill shots, not quite able to take out Knight, not quite able to take out Elk. And the push is thwarted. 2 turrets, but no inhibitors for Top Esports.
Take a look back at this. This is that kind of precipice you're on. You can't overextend in moments like this as Top Esports.
It's really solid play by the backline from Top Esports. With Jackie Love being so low on HP, he has to use his team to peel back. But if Kanavi does anything versus literally any of the targets he has access to, it's so much better than this. It's a really awfully played fight from the player who's had so much control over this game, so much investment put into him by his team, that isn't paid forward. 369 does a great job at tanking, but Kanavi was irrelevant in that fight. He burns the flash from Elk. That's as good as it gets.
I mean, when you have those kinds of moments, when you have all that confidence put in you, you can't fall, you can't fumble, and he's going to try to go in on the Knight, but he is just going to go down, and that's the kind of pick that might just be the nail in the coffin. Right ahead of Elder, he will still be up in a minute's time, but BLG's comp is cooking.
I mean, they have an open mid lane turret, right? Like, that inhibitor is going to be taken without really any recompense. 369 can still be a frontline. He can still walk in and attempt to keep his team alive. Clearing the wave is the priority for Top Esports. I don't think that there's anything really else for BLG to garner from this push. But it's pressure in the mid lane. It's maybe the least relevant pressure to find because teams so frequently fluctuate to there, but even still, any advantage that you can find in this such a tense late game. You know, 300 gold separates our teams, Lennon. There's so little to separate anything that an inhibitor is valuable.
I mean, hey, we could be going the distance. You got to remember the longest game is almost 51 minutes by AL and BLG.
Big long games. Our friends from Friday, they remember. Big long games. That's what they love. But also, these are the situations where BLG have recently been known to falter.
There it is. Shadow's feeling ever confident, though. Moving forward, Ben's looking for his angle now. Elder Dragon in 30 seconds.
Look at those items. Guardian Angel for Jackie Love. Bins isn't ready yet. 2.5 minutes still before that one will come back up and available. Flash for Jackie is not there. Flash for Elk also not available. You want to look, it's Knight. It's always been Knight this game. It's how well can this Victor, who got that early injection of gold, stay alive? Now with a Rabadon's death cap in his back pocket. What's the power of this BLG mid laner, and is he able to cut through everything that 369 and the rest of Top Esports have got?
All right, well, BLG seem to want to get Prio in mid. It's going to be Top Esports in the pit first. Cream holding the line with this Tibber stun play. He has the flash. Kanavi looking for the angle on the side. They lock down Shadow. They just want to go for the front line. Shadow's gone. That's huge. The Elder Dragon is up. A Bin found the flank. Bin, they don't know. The Croc is in the bush, guys. You gotta watch out. You gotta watch out. He goes straight for the heart. Is it enough, though? The all-out comes through on the Bin. They do end up getting some good damage on him as well. Jackie Love is by himself, though, into the Elder. Elk
goes forward.
Arcane shift out, and he goes straight in. He ends up using it again, ends up getting another kill. Kanavi goes on the back line, though, and finds one back. Jackie Love is untouched. Now Elk versus Jackie Love. This is the gunslinging affair, but the genius, he has put his mind to work, and he has put his gloves to work as Jackie Love comes up with an 8,000 plus damage team fight straight to the Elder Dragon for Top Esports.
That's what we needed from Jackie. He'd been given no resources this game, just funneling himself gold as best as possible. And his team fighting secures the Elder, will secure the Baron after this. And Top Esports once again come up clutch in the nail-biting team fight. When everything is on a knife's edge, it's Jackie that comes in to seal the deal. They've still not won this game though, Mazel, and it's still not over. In a game with BLG like this, you can never say that it will be until that Nexus falls. Even with an Elder, even with a Baron, BLG will still fight till their dying breath.
They will indeed. They will not give up. As the Baron down, double super buffs going over to Top Esports, and this is the banger we expected between our two top teams, and I love that it is coming down to the wire, but this fight, beautifully caught by Top Esports.
Hong once again finding the pick onto Shadow. You think that should just be it, but Bin cleared out a ward on the top side. They knew he was somewhere, but an early exhaust from Hong once again keeps his mid laner actually very well off, very alive in this situation. Zoning away, and then Elk maybe baited in a little bit by the fact that he can go in on this top side. But Jackie able to find some good pullbacks, some good autos, and some great spacing. Actually forces the flash out from Knight. Dodges one Q from Elk and chops him straight down. These inhibitors mid and bot should be a formality for Top Esports. It's whether they can close out the entire game with these double game-ending buffs.
It needs to be now. I mean, they have a minute till Elder goes down, 2 minutes till Baron. If they're going to win, it's got to be now. And Kanavi says it is now. He's going to pop Elk just like a pop blossom, but it's the Zed that Kanavi took in R5. King Kanavi has truly put back on his crown and said that this league, this season, this split number 3, it is Top Esports. They go for one fell swoop on a BLG. They find the turrets. They look at the focus onto the Nexus. They look for the 2-0 sweep, the redemption from the last time these two teams met. And BLG will have to wait a long while for a bit of revenge. A 2-0 sweep for Top Esports.
And it is brutal. It is nail-biting. It is down to the wire. But Top Esports are able to come up clutch. And off the back of team fighting, this time from Jackie Love, they find the 2-0. It was so close. It was so well fought by BLG. And by Knight once again in that mid lane, having so much to do, he's just not able to do enough and can't quite come out on top. Top Esports find their 2-0, they find their redemption, and they find themselves now at even footing with BLG in series score.
I'm at a loss for words. I wish we could get a third game. Please. Please. Like, can we just run it back? Like, we can say the Top Esports won, but can we at least get another game? Because those kinds of games or what made me so excited for playoffs, so excited for what the end of this season has in store for us, because we truly saw two of the best teams go at it tonight, and the 2-0 does not tell that story.
No, it doesn't. And I think that importantly, you know, you'll look back, you'll maybe read some of the stats after the fact, and you'll see that Knight actually had a mammoth performance in this second game, and you'll be able to tell the fact that Kanavi was the linchpin for their early game here. But it won't tell you the story of... It won't tell you the story of the fact that Kanavi low-key ran it through the entire mid and late game. And it was Jackie Love that stepped up and actually put his team on his back. And 369 is my MVP for this game, by the way. Just without 100%. A doubt. Goes out and gets the MVP for this. I mean, Hong had some incredible fights as well. This is why I love this Top Esports roster and why in regular season they can be such fiends. Because actually, that was a team-wide affair. Hong finding double picks onto Shadow around those neutral objectives. 369 in teamfights just being an ever-present mammoth force that BLG could not deal with. These are two people that aren't going to get credit for those games because it was all about Kanavi and Jackie Love in the final team fights. But those are two people who really need some praise for how well they played this game.
369 Casante. I always appreciate seeing it. Such a master performance there in a lot of those fights that were just so close. I mean, even threatening to kill on a couple of those, which is actually just insane. But it was a 45 plus like minute banger for a Zed comp that ended up still finding the advantage. The fact that they have just, you could see the instinctual switch to, oh, Shadow's going to be the one running at us. Kill him, and what do they have? And they just focus him down multiple fights in a row towards the end.
And it's nice to see there's this little disparity as well, right? We told Weibo off for not being able to adapt on the fly, but we then see BLG do that adaptation. That's that difference where On can no longer face check. They recognize this. Okay, my Karma can't go in. It's just not possible. So we'll send Shadow in. And then the switch up, like you've just said, from top esports to go, all right, it's a little bit more tanky. It's a little more tanky, but we'll do our best. And they do. They take down the Trundle time and time again.
The epitome of it being that, God, that, honestly, I would love to just see like a terror edit of that 5-man blind walk-in of the bush.
Yeah.
Like,
jump scare moment.
The vision toggle was perfect.
Shout out to the LPL observers for that one, because it was genuinely, it told the story perfectly. It painted the picture of what BLG were facing down of perfectly. And now, obviously, Top Esports come away with that win off the back of some glorious team-wide play. And a deserved 2-0, I will say. One that, you know, definitely feels bad for BLG to have lost, because they were, as you can tell by the gold graph, nearly 5k up at one point, but weren't able to convert that.
They were not. Oh, man, that gold graph. That's going to sting. That damage,
it's going to sting real bad.
That damage.
Yeah, Knight and Elk.
60k.
I mean, there's an argument, right? Like, you're doing damage to a Casante. He's got a lot more health to go through. Maybe that's important, but Kanavi 90% kill participation, the most damage on his team as well. I know I called for a 369 MVP, and you know, Kanavi, as much as he griefed through the mid and the late game there, he was the reason that Top Esports were ever in this to begin with, because Jackie Love was very much absent through the early stages of this game. Elk had his number, and you know, I'm looking at this from a holistic viewpoint. That's why 369 gets my MVP. He was the most consistent part of this team. But at different points during this game, Top Esports had different people stepping up.
Yeah, they absolutely did. Just so crazy how quickly Kanavi got off the ground. I mean, again, I would not be like surprised if that might be the quickest first item, at least contesting for it across the world. Like that was like 7:32 or something. He locked in that Eclipse, and you know, when you pick the Zed, I don't know if you expect it to go as well as that. I mean, he had 5 kills in like the first 8 minutes or something, or a little bit more than, I guess, like 6 minutes.
He was a monster through the early stages of this game.
But I do agree, mid game.
This is that late game face check that we saw, and I mean, it's coming down to Hong on the Rakan once again, actually finding these really good engages. I mean, for me, you know, on Weibo, really, you know, we were all a little bit like, you know, this is a player that can easily get subbed out for Erha, and we don't particularly care. And now on Top Esports, it just feels like, what would they have done if this had been any other support?
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, is it just feels like him and Kanavi are finding those connections very often. I mean, Hung's performance in this one, obviously maybe a little bit less as impactful. I still think very impactful, but maybe less so than that game number 1. But this is a Top Esports to be terrified of. This is a Top Esports that look like their dominant regular season selves.
Yeah, and I mean, they're in the regular season, they're going to dominate, and it just feels a little bit rough to think, what is it that they could do, maybe not do, as we move into the playoffs after the Split 2 performance. They need to turn those expectations back, and hopefully they can find some semblance of success as this game does, or as the season does move later, and as we move into that playoff stage. I mean, even this fight here, just one swift sidestep from Jackie Love. He dodges a Q, dodges a W, and that's all that needs to be said. Elk, unfortunately, you know, the woes of a late game AD carry versus a Zed. Zed in the late game is an absolute monster. Like, there's no doubt about it. And with an Elder at your back, you don't have to execute with your Deathmark. You just have to do like an auto and an E, and then the enemy AD dies.
Yeah, and you see that here. A couple quick picks in the end, and that Elder Dragon doing so much work for Top Esports. Again, they had that like 1 minute window that they could end the game, and they did do so. I know that's going to feel really good for Top Esports, who now set themselves above the rest of the LPL and Group Ascend.
Yeah, giving themselves actually a 9-2 record, so apologies for thinking they'd go even there. But even still, like, the fact that they've taken a game off of BLG, and I do want to credit the fact that BLG have lost 2 series so far. They are against AL and Top Esports, the other 2 international reps that we've had from this year. This isn't a cause for concern for BLG, and I think even the fact that they made that game as close as it was kind of shows you that this wasn't a game where, oh, Shadow's thrown the game again, haha. This was an all-round affair, and that Top Esports, you know, they can be happy with.
90% KP on the Zed. His sins of mid-game forgiven when he won the game for them. 15, 5, and 13 on an R5 Zed for good old King Kanavi.
Yeah, and you know, as much as I may hate this and doubt it, I can't take away the fact that he gave them that early advantage. He put them in that spot in the early game, and he did kill Elk in the late game. He was the reason they were able to close that game out with a quick pick onto the enemy AD as an assassin.
He did indeed. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the standings and how they pan out. Again, BLG have 4 series left now. Top Esports have 3. We'll see how it all ends up working out as well. But I do got to say, at least here moving forward, it does feel good to see that kind of contention for the 3rd and 4th slot there. But seeing that there is a difference between that 1st and 2nd seed.
Yeah, and the, you know, the 2-0 is a really damning loss for BLG, but the fact that the game's total actually is going to be really important. Top Esports finding that 2-0, especially versus BLG, who then got 0-2, not finding a win in one of their series losses is a pretty big deal here, and they are in a position where it's likely that we end the season with a 9 or a 12-2 record on both sides, let's say.
True.
So those game wins are going to be really important, and the fact that Top Esports don't lose a game here is a big win.
Yeah, it's the counterbalance to the 2-0 at the beginning of the split, but that's it for our series. I wanted 6 games, man. I didn't get what I wanted. But I'm sure people will be very happy to go get a little bit of rest before LEC starts up. Before we get going, though, got to give one big special thank you to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, Force Without, and owners of Silmaril. Their pledged financial contribution goes to leveling up the broadcast on a daily basis. It helps pay the volunteers, but also for all the upgrades to the broadcast. So huge thank you to our Elite Coffee supporters. And if you want to join them, or if you want to be a part of the LPL English and support us at least, go check out our coffee anyways. Rude, any last thoughts before the day ends here?
Hey man, I've said this at the end of every single show, and I'll say it again. We keep streaming every single day. The LPL does not stop. Join us back here once again. Ascend is popping. Nirvana, we've pretty much wrapped up our top 2 teams, but that wedge at the bottom is still going mental. We need to see who are going to make it into the play-in. So you want to be back here tomorrow, bright and early, nice, and seeing what any of these teams can do, because it always just delivers.
Yep, only a couple weeks left, which is actually just insane to think about. Huge shout out to you, Root Dude, for joining me. Chippy's behind the scenes in Prod. Go ahead and give a shout out to our socials, as well as our moderators for being through it with us all. And thank you all for joining in for us and supporting us on a daily basis. We'll see you back same time, same place tomorrow for some more LPL bangers, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.